Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Nash County Board of Commissioners meeting for February the 1st, 2021 to order at this time, and certainly want to welcome everyone. Good morning. Y'all gonna make me do that again. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you. It helps me get through the agenda when I start out right. I appreciate it. It is customary for this Board of Commissioners to start each one of our meetings in this room with a prayer and then a pledge of allegiance. And during this prayer, you're welcome to use this time to have your own prayer if you like. You're welcome to use it as a moment of silence, or you're welcome to stand and join us in the prayer by our commissioner. And then Commissioner Wayne Outlaw will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. And at this time, I'd like to call on Mary Wells to lead us in the invocation. Thank you.
Let us pray. Our Father, today is the day that you made. God, it's today that we also come together to tend to the business of Nash County. God, we know that the decisions we make today affect all the citizens and those around about us. May we be thoughtful in our thanks and thankful of the things that we do and say, and realize that other people are involved besides us. Just be with us as we go through this meeting. God, just keep us close to you. And God, we just ask for support and some help, Lord, in this virus, that it will go away. Be with us now and keep us close to you. In your precious name I pray. Amen.
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 Would you join us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioners. Item 4 on the agenda is approval for the minutes for January. We had 2 meetings in January, our regular meeting on January the 4th, and then a regular scheduled meeting for January the 19th. You have those minutes in your agenda. At this time, I'd entertain a motion for any corrections, any additions, or approval if Commissioner sees fit. Thank you.
Move for approval.
Second.
Have a motion by Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Wells for approval. Any questions on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Minutes stand adjourned, and thank you, Madam Clerk, for a great job as always. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're on item 5 on our agenda, and item 5 is a session where you can speak to the commissioners about anything you might have on your mind that's not otherwise on the agenda. We do ask for you to sign up out front prior to the meeting. If you happen to miss that step, we'd sure still be glad to hear from you, and I will take the ones that had signed up first, and then if there's someone else, we'd certainly be glad to have you come up and speak to us. We do ask when you come forward to state your name and address for the record. And at this time, I have one person that signed up, a Miss Dorothy Battle. And Miss Battle, please come forward. I think the podium's already clean for you. Megan, thank you, ma'am. Glad to have you back this morning. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning. Giving honor to God, the board, and all present. My name is Dorothy Gibson Battle, 13343 Taylor Store Road, Nashville, NC 27856. I first came before this board in August 2020. Although I have been fighting for this cause since 2017, the cause is to end the illegal firearms training by Mr. Ted Williams, Yard Dog Firearms Training, now called FORCE. I have previously expressed my determination to see this egregious behavior cease and have the restoration of peace and tranquility to my rural community. The fire to quench his malice still rages high since he was there this past Saturday, January the 30th, 2021. I have stated before I believe in the power of civil law and the good and rights for the good and rights of all citizens. I have not and will not waver from that stance. The power rests within the governing bodies of our system of government to do justice. We need only to take our position seriously, knowing full well that the decisions made affect all of Nash County now and in the future. Nash County is my home. Nash County is your home. I only ask that you promote and defend its laws to ensure the prosperity and civil liberties of all its citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Battle. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak to the board about anything that's not on the agenda? Okay, well, we'll move on then. On our agenda, the next item on the agenda is the State of the County Address, which we do each year, just to let our citizens know what kind of year Nash County had. And I will promise you I will keep this a little shorter than normal, and if you'll bear with me, I'd be glad to deliver that at this time. And I do see a couple of our mayors in our audience this morning. I see Mr. Robertson. Please identify yourself, sir, from the city of Rocky Mount. I may see the mayor of Spring Hope. Is he here? I thought you were, buddy. I hard to recognize people with the masks on. If you'll stand. Buddy comes to us from Spring Hope, been the mayor there for quite a long time. Do I have any more mayors here? Because I declare it's just hard to recognize people. Maybe from Whitaker's. Do not see that person or anyone else. I had several of them to call me over the weekend and tell me I didn't give them enough notice that they had to work on Monday morning, which I fully understand. But thank you too for being here. Again, good morning, everyone. It's good to see everybody here. I am wise enough to know that most of you are here for another reason, not to hear me speak, but I do appreciate the ones that are here this morning. As you know, we have to do things quite different now as we deal with the coronavirus, and we do our best over here at Nash County to provide government for the citizens in as normal fashion as we can, but yet try to protect everyone with the mask, the designated seats. Of course, if you're a family, you can sit together, and we greatly appreciate everyone following the rules that have been established by our administration. On behalf of the Board of Commissioners of Nash County, I'm very pleased to give an update of our county. Today, I will try to make it a little shorter because we do have a long agenda. I do believe 2020 will be a year we all will remember for a very long time. Does everybody agree with that? Absolutely. We basically have been in a year of unknowns and challenges. I do believe we have grown closer. I do believe we are more appreciative of one another. And I certainly know that we are more innovative as we have learned how to deal with COVID-19. I spent some time Saturday at Nash Central High School observing our second shot clinic. What I saw was simply a very well-oiled machine at work by a large number of people with a common mission to get better at the challenge at hand, and boy, did they improve in just a short 3 weeks. And any of you that were involved in that, I knew you would certainly agree with that statement. It was pretty impressive, quite frankly. I meant to bring some of that stuff so I could turn pages because I'm not supposed to touch my face, but you had to bear with me on that also. Financial condition of the county. Quite frankly, we are still doing very well, surprisingly. Our tax rate for the 11th year is still 67 cents. That's something our board is very proud of. We work very hard every day and every month to keep that rate the same. Our fund balance closing up in 2020 was $42.25 million. That's great for a county this size. Our unassigned fund balance was 25.85 million. That's excellent for a county of our size. And our tax collection rate, Mr. Lamb, was what again?
99.06.
99.06. I didn't prompt him. I knew he would know that number. And we greatly appreciate the staff and our tax department for doing that. I don't think Nash County has ever been anywhere near 99 before, but that's why we are doing well, quite frankly. The other thing that amazes our board each year is the balance in our budget. This year, our balance of expenditure was pretty doggone amazing, quite frankly. Our greatest percent of our budget goes to our schools, of course, and that was 26.94%. But right behind it is our public safety at 25.43%. I will assure you our Sheriff Keith Stone will keep that pretty close to the schools each year. And that's quite all right. And our human services is 24.28%. So 26, almost 27, 25, and 24. You just can't be any more fair with your funded agencies than what we have been able to do here in Nash County. And we appreciate all that work to do that. The other thing that has been amazing this year to all of us, including our finance and our manager, I've heard him say it numerous times, is we were expecting our revenues to go down quite a bit because of COVID-19. But what has happened is we have met what we budgeted in revenue in every source of income with the exception of one, which is the revenue that comes in from court fees. And of course, you would know that because we haven't had court for a large part of the year. But every other revenue source that we had, we have met our budget to date. Capital projects that are either completed or underway for this year are, of course, the T-hangars at the Rocky Mount Wilson Airport, and the fuel cell out there has been completed. The Elm Street drainage out back, we're just beginning on. The Nash County Miracle Park at Coopers, say that wherever you live in the county, where you live in the county, is 85% complete, and we expect to have it complete if the weather will allow us by April the 30th. I hope you've been out and seen our Miracle Park at Coopers. It's pretty fascinating. Our Northern Nash Water Project is about 70% complete. We do expect to have that completed in June of 2021. Our Middlesex Water, Sewer, Tank, and Roadway Project, which is down at our industrial park, is finishing up as we speak. Broadband with CloudWise, which is a big item for this board the whole year, because we know COVID-19 has shown us something that we already knew, but has amplified it by many times over, is the need for broadband throughout our county. We have completed phase 1. We are finishing up phase 2, and at the last meeting, our Board of Commissioners funded phase 3, which will get us up somewhere in the high 70s for those that would have access available. And we do not intend to stop there. We intend to keep funding and working with our partnership with CloudWise until we get everyone in the county served. Our Red Oak Middle School that we have been working on for quite a while, the site has been picked, as everyone knows. The design is complete. Through cooperation of the school board and the Board of Commissioners, we have approved 10 bidders to bid that project, and we do have the pre-bid meeting on Wednesday of this week. So we're certainly looking forward to getting that project started. It will be replacing our 3 oldest schools in the county, and it's sorely needed. The detention center, the method or the way we would go about improving our detention center was decided this year. We selected an architect, Mosley and Associates. Design is almost complete, and we're expecting bidding to take place, depending on state approval, sometime in the April-May range. You heard a lot of conversations about that particular project, but we're so glad to get it done. The Sheriff Department, Board of Commissioners, administrative staff reached a compromise on that project, and we have moved forward as quick as we could, and certainly you'll be seeing things go on in the back here sometime about midsummer. That's the project we've worked on this year. Capital project upcoming are a new animal shelter, and in parentheses, Commissioners, that yay was apparently put in there for the girl that works for me in type biz because she's such an animal lover. I didn't realize that was in there, but had to come from her. But anyway, we'll be building a new animal shelter, which we're gonna name something. We don't know yet how we're gonna do that. Maybe have a contest. We want it to have a real nice name. And it will be out at on land adjoining Nash Community College. And the reason we're doing it there is through cooperation with our vet tech program at community college. We just felt with the board of commissioners out at Nash Community College, it'd be a great thing to do. And we sorely need one, and so we hope to close on that land during this month to build the animal shelter on. We're still looking to build a new solid waste convenience center in District 5, which we've worked on for a while. I never thought it would be as difficult as it is, Mr. Outlaw, to find a site to put a convenience center, but certainly I know you're on that, and we will locate one pretty darn gone soon. Farmers Market, additional parking is still on our plans. Probably took a little pause on that because of the market not being as busy as it was. We had to restructure that, but we're working with Capital Broadcasting to utilize some land that they have, and we do hope to move forward with that very soon. Our landfill updates and improvements are still ongoing and will continue this year. We do intend to complete the Charter of Freedom exhibit that we're putting over at the courthouse that you may have heard us talk about earlier in the year. We are currently doing upgrades to our building that the county owns at 427 Falls Road, which was our former Gateway Partnership building that we allowed the Gateway Partnership to use. They have relocated, and it will now be used in our judicial process, and I think actually our DA may be moving in that building pretty soon. We are, as you see, when you come in this morning, doing security upgrades in the administration building. We just know in the world we live in, we need better control coming in this building, and hopefully that will be finished up during the current year. And of course, the other thing we have recently talked about and put on there is a new field house at Northern Nash High School. Northern Nash is the only high school that hasn't had a field house update since it was built, and we hope to get that started during this year. Miscellaneous items that I have this morning for you, and I will keep moving pretty fast, is beginning in January this year, we were able to begin broadcasting our county commissioner meetings live on the YouTube channel. I think we were the first in the area to do that. Our citizens now, and we couldn't have done it at any better time because of what happened in February and March, but you are now allowed to view our meetings from anywhere you may be located through the YouTube channel. We had another very successful United Way campaign in a very difficult year. Thank you to our own Mr. Boone for his Twin County leadership in that campaign. We did complete our 2020 census work during this year, and we are all very, very anxious to see just how large Nash County has grown. The board also wishes to thank Mr. Adam Tyson for his leadership on behalf of Nash County in that process of going through the census this year. Service awards, which always amaze me, and I was pretty disappointed that we couldn't have our award winners with us this year because of COVID, but we had 16 people that had been with the county 20 years. We'd had 12 people that had been with us 25 years. We had one person been here 30 years and one person been here 35 years. And believe it or not, a Miss Sarah Hill in Department of Social Services retired, and she had been with us 45 years. Pretty amazing to me, and that is always somewhat of a difficult job. But all totaled up, that's 730 years of service with those individuals, which, again, just always fascinates me. Last year we had 625 total years with the service award winners, and they start at 20 years. Of course, there were other awards to give. Miscellaneous items continued. The grant total for 2020 that Nash County was able to obtain was $6.9 million. Not as large as some years in the past, but it has been a difficult year, as we said, but I'm still just amazed at how many grants, and yes, I am a conservative, but grants certainly do help a government do what it needs to do for their people. That $6.9 million added to the last 4 years, or the last 3 years, including this year 4, has given Nash County a total, and I hope you listen, this number is $36.6 million in grants that we have received in the last 4 years. And of course, there are all kind of grants from housing to community development block grant, to debris removal, mobile home, dilapidated mobile home relocations, our water systems. We've got, of course, got a $10 million grant for the Red Oak Middle School, and the list goes on and on and on. But I certainly want to thank the administration, particularly Patsy McGee for her work in that area. And of course, this year's grants did include quite a bit of COVID grants that probably, we hope, will not be available next year. We were able to renew the agreement we had for Nashville for a 2-year period for looking after there and running their athletic program. I think evidently our recreation department did a great job on that, and to get a 2-year extension on that, and it just shows that when entities work together, you can accomplish a lot. We did get one new department head this year. Edward Long is our new department head in soil and water. We got a new school superintendent on March the 1st, Mr. Steve Ellis, who came to us from Wilson. And I think Steve has done a great job. He came to us on March the 1st, and boy, did he walk into a new arena as it relates to public school system. I have felt for him many times. He arrived just in time to look after what we were dealing with. In July, also about our school system, it became known as the Nash County Public School System. They did adopt a new logo, and doing my research for this little speech I'm giving today, I found, or actually a staff member supplied to me a note that Matt Foster at Southern Nash Senior won the contest that we let the students pick a new logo, and we had 36 entries, and Matt Foster was the one that won the new logo that you now see on the vehicles, the buses, and the administrative building. I noted that Matt Foster was used to winning, quite frankly, so it didn't surprise, I guess, that he did win him, because he was also the Southern Nash Firebird quarterback who won 15 consecutive games this year and got Southern Nash in the 3A state championship. There I go again, touching my face, sorry about that. We're awarded the this year we awarded the 2nd and 3rd Nash County Economic Development Awards to 2 of our new businesses that came into Nash County. It was the Premier Propane and Hardware Store in Middlesex, and to the New Dixie Oil that will be building in Dorchester very soon. The first one, of course, went to Ace Hardware here in Nashville, and it's up and running. And if you would keep in mind, some of our smaller towns, we do have that available. And if you see a new business coming that has some problems relocating utilities or whatever it may be, check into it with our economic development team, and we will certainly try to help you if we can. One sad note, we did say farewell to Miss Lou Richardson back in December after 25 years of service, but we at the same time welcomed Marvin Arrington to begin his 25 years of service. Mr. Arrington, quite frankly, has already been serving Nash County for many years. Most recently, I think his most recent service was on our Board of Elections. Is that correct? I knew you were on the Board of Elections. I don't know if you were on something else since then or not. But we welcome you, Mr. Arrington, and look forward to working with you. Another sad note is 2020 end, just a quick update. We did have 6,073 positive cases of COVID, and we had unfortunately had 124 deaths. But as always, we now have begun a very successful vaccine program, and I hope very soon we'll have worked through this challenge. Speaking of challenges, our challenges that I see for this board, with the help of some of the board members, are: 1, complete a new land development code. Our county is growing, and we need to establish a clear direction of the desire of this board in how we want to grow. Industrial recruitment will always be one of our challenges. It is a very competitive game, and to be successful, we must prepare ourselves, and to do this, it does cost money. We must obtain more land, we must be willing to build more shell buildings, and we must have an open mind for incentives. However, it must be good for Nash County when we're looking at incentives also. One of our biggest assets is the cost of available land and the cost of land compared to west of us. We have seen one way to build our total assessed value is through pro-development for the residential market. Development, we must develop an image that we are available for residential, and we must market it. This past year, we did have 410 new homes that were built in the county, and those are in the county throughout, except for in the city of Rocky Mount, who issues their own permits, and I'm not sure what that number was, but I do know they had quite a few over there as well. I expect that 410 last year was probably the largest number we had ever had. A challenge that we'll also have, and it's a very difficult year for our schools. It's hard to gauge where we are, quite frankly, but I will tell you that the relationship is so much better with our school system than it has been in the past. We need to be open to providing Mr. Lamb more money to our Nash County public school systems. This should be in capital improvements as well as human resources. Under current expenses, we have been at the same place for about 6 years now. And we can, I think, I hope, and should do more for our school systems. Of course, the biggest challenge that we will have for the remainder of the year is dealing with COVID-19. I'm not going to address that because I'm not capable of addressing how we should do that. We've got a very well-respected department head in Bill Hill that is working about 20 hours a day on that issue, and I promise you he will continue to do that. The last challenge that I see for this board, and some of the board members may not like for me saying this, but I'm saying it on behalf of myself primarily, is we must seek out and develop new leaders. This is a great board, and I feel we all have served well and made Nash County a better place. But we all have our age constraints, and I do believe it is our duty to plan for the future in this respect also. So I hope our board will be keeping that in mind, and I'm certainly going to keep it in mind for myself and start seeking out future leaders for this board because we can only serve for so long. In closing, from me, I'd like to thank the Board of Commissioners that I work with and work for. It is an amazing board, quite frankly. We have had this year 16 regular meetings, 13 special call meetings for a total of 24 meetings. And what's always amazing to me, if you take those 29 meetings and multiply it times 7, that's 203 times we should have had a person in our seats up here. We had a person in our seats 199 of those times. So we only had 4 absentees, which were all excused during the whole year. And that's a 98.2% attendance rate. So that's the commitment that our board gives each year to the citizens of Nash County. I'd also like to thank my vice chair, or our vice chair, Wayne Outlaw. Wayne has realized that I'm still running a full-time business and it stayed pretty busy, and he has stepped up quite a bit, always has been there, but he's taken a lot off of me this year in some of the things that we get into that require a lot of time and detail. Mr. Outlaw, I appreciate it. I also want to thank our administration and our department heads. I've said it before, I don't think there's a better group anywhere. They're always here for anything the board asks for. They keep us very informed, and anything that we need to do our job is always ready. And administration includes our clerk, and if you hadn't watched her this morning to see what she does for this board, you hadn't been looking up front much, I don't think. But Janice, I greatly thank you for everything you do every day for our board members. The biggest thanks of all, probably this year has shown up more than anything else, is our employees. We did things a little different over here through the leadership of Mr. Lamb. We kept our government open pretty much the whole year. We did it different, of course, but there wasn't a time when you couldn't come into our building safely and deal with our people. It has been, as I said, quite a bit different this year, but we still are very proud that we kept government running, and we did it in a very efficient way, and I feel like we did it in a very safe way. There again, the biggest thanks of all goes to our employees. What a year for them to shine. And the light, quite frankly, has been very bright. Mr. Belfield, if we were in a Baptist church, I think I'd get an amen with that statement if I could get an amen. The light has been very bright.
Amen.
Thank you. Eye-opening to me and to our board at just how good we are and can be because of the people that work for Nash County. A story that I wanted to verify this morning, and I forgot to verify it, but I think it to be true, that I picked up Saturday out there at the Second Shot Clinic, was that recently, and this makes me very proud that, and shows me that Nash County is a great place to work. We recently had a lady that applied for a job that worked in our building maintenance staff in our inspections department. Quite frankly, a very important job, and obtained that job. So if you come to Nash County, you may come in at a lower level job, but if you'll work hard, learn as you go, we got an environment of allowing you to attend classes, basically anything you want to do to improve yourself. That's where we get these 45-year employees from, quite frankly. And boy, we have sure got quite a few of them. But then again, the most important thing of all, as we all recognize to this board, is our citizens of Nash County. We got a great group of citizens, as you can see, number one, and it's not always about money, but when you have 99% of your taxes collected, that shows that our citizens are certainly doing their part as well. And on behalf of the board this morning, again, I want to thank everyone, and I will pause for just a minute to see if any board member wants to add anything. Anyone have anything they want to say?
Well, I'll just say that we do work together, cooperate. We have different views about things. From the time last year, this is one thing we got to correct. I'm told, yeah, but we'll do it this time, but maybe. And those things came to pass. And I just hope we'll continue to work together as a group, even though we have different views and ideas, but you got to make a decision, so, on a lot of issues, so, I think we've done well on that.
Thank you, Mr. Belfield. Any other comments? The last thing I'll say is, I purposely didn't talk about our economic development, new department this year. They are up and running, have done a great job. I do have a summary that I'm going to include in the report, that was provided by them as actually their news release. And during the year, we created 125 new jobs in Nash County. We created $33.7 million worth of new investments. We currently have, within our scope and people we're talking to in industries, potential for obtaining 6,300 more jobs. It's 51 projects total that we're working on, and the potential capital investments of those 51 projects is $1.88 billion. We have completed our marketing plan and many other things, but if you will stay tuned to Andy and Susan, they'll be giving us updates all throughout the year on how and what they're doing. Again, I thank you on behalf of the Nash County Board of Commissioners, and appreciate the opportunity to give you this update on Nash County this morning. Thank you. Thank you, Nick. You want that coffee? All right, we will keep moving along, and as I said, we have numerous public hearings this morning, and we will go into item number 7 at this time. And it is a public hearing on the UDO text amendment request A210101 to restore the cluster development of residential lots less than 20,000 square feet. And I'll call on Mr. Tyson at this time to present the request to the board. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. As the chairman said, the first planning item on the agenda this morning is a text amendment that involves the cluster development option. So I just want to start by giving a brief description of that option for anybody who might not be familiar with it. The cluster development option of our ordinance allows the subdivision of smaller residential lots than would normally be permitted by the zoning district in which a property is located, provided that all the land on the same property, which would have otherwise been included in the residential lots, is either shared as common area or dedicated as public open space. The common area or open space may be used for recreational purposes, to preserve existing vegetation and bodies of water, or to protect environmentally sensitive areas. And those areas are typically owned and managed by homeowners or property owners association. To clarify, the cluster development option does not permit the creation of any more lots than would otherwise normally be permitted under the standard zoning district requirements, but it does allow the same number of lots to be slightly smaller and more densely clustered together. The board will recall on your screen is text amendment 190902, adopted by the commissioners on September 23 of 2019. This revised the cluster development option to prohibit the creation of residential cluster lots with lot areas less than 20,000 square feet. So what you see on the screen is the table 942 from the ordinance that previously allowed clustering from R20 and RA20 lots down to R10 and so on for very dense zoning districts. The bottom part of this table, as you can see through with the red strike through, was removed on September 23rd, 2019, meaning that developers that wanted lots that were smaller than 20,000 square feet could no longer use the cluster option to achieve that goal. They would need to specifically request a rezoning to that specific zoning district from the board. Today, the C.T. Williams Corporation has submitted the text amendment that is on your screen, which would restore the ability to create residential cluster lots with lot areas less than 20,000 square feet in order to provide subdivision design flexibility. However, what's different from this text amendment and the original state of the ordinance is that this time, at the recommendation of both the Technical Review Committee and the Planning Board, the applicant has proposed an additional requirement, which you see noted at the bottom of the screen, that the cluster lots created with lot areas less than 20,000 square feet must be served by both public water and public sewer utilities. And so that is a new proposal that was not included in the previous language of the original ordinance. This additional requirement is proposed to make the text amendment compliant with the recommendations of the Land Development Plan, specifically Section 3, Item Number 2, which recommends that the development of residential subdivision lots with areas less than 20,000 square feet be limited only to areas where both public water and sewer utility services are available. The report in your agenda shows the entire section from the ordinance that deals with the cluster development option, but the only portion that is up for consideration for change this morning is the table that's on the screen in front of you. And so you have the rest of the section for context, but this is the only change that's being proposed. The Technical Review Committee considered text amendment request A210101 on January 5th, and with the addition of that requirement for water and sewer, recommended approval. The Planning Board considered this text amendment on January 19th. Mr. Scott Currier of 9296 Whitley Road, Bailey, addressed the board to ask clarifying questions about this option. And Mr. Bill Davis of 5762 Red Oak Battleboro Road, Battleboro, addressed the board in opposition to the request based on his concerns regarding adequate sewage disposal for smaller lots. The planning board voted unanimously to recommend, 1, approval of consistency statement A, finding the request to be reasonable, in the public interest, and consistent with the recommendations of the Nash County Land Development Plan, and 2, approval of the text amendment. This will be a two-motion process for the board. First, you will need a consistency statement. There is a consistency statement A included in the agenda packet for approval. And then, of course, if the board decides to vote for denial, we'll need to list the reasons for that denial, and I'll be glad to assist the board if that is the motion that you would like to make. And then finally, a second motion to formally approve or deny the text amendment. Mr. Williams with CT Williams Corporation is present this morning, as is his counsel, and I'm sure they will address you during the public hearing. And before we move on to the public hearing, I'll take any questions you have on the staff report.
Any questions from Mr. Tyson at this time from board members?
Is there water and sewer provided for this area that you're talking about changing the zone?
So this text amendment doesn't apply to a specific area. It could be utilized in areas where water and sewer is provided or available. None of the items on your agenda this morning are directly related to this text amendment because none of them are in an area where there's water and sewer. So we're talking about a text amendment that could be applied in areas where there is water and sewer, but none of the other items on your agenda this morning are directly related to this text amendment.
Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. I entertain a motion to open the public hearing at this time. Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a public hearing. If there's anyone here this morning that wishes to speak for or against this text amendment, we'd like for you to come up and state your name and address for the record. We'd be glad to hear from you one at a time. And if there are multiple speakers, we would like for you to pause just a moment to allow Megan to clean the podium each time. Anyone wishing to speak at this time for or against this text amendment? Please come forward. Either one of you is fine. Okay, come on up, sir. As you come in, there are some additional seats on the side as well as the marked seats in the middle you're welcome to sit in. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. My name is William Davis, 5762 Red Oak Battleboro Road, Battleboro, North Carolina.
Okay.
This gentleman just mentioned my name that I spoke the last time. I've got a little handout that I'd like to give each one of you. I don't know if it's permissible or not. It's kind of like a little guide sheet that I'm using trying to discuss a few things in reference to this proposal. Reasons that I was given for opposition to the proposal is the first thing was brought up a discussion about the spiny mussel. Spiny mussel is a
Mr. Davis, if I could interrupt you 1 second. We are on a text amendment, and in my speaking to you earlier, are you speaking of the rezoning matter near you, or are you speaking on the text amendment? Your item comes up a little bit later, but if it's concerning this item too, I understand. But this is a text amendment that is countywide that would allow clustering of lots 20,000 square feet and smaller.
you talking about the water and the sewer? Yeah,
With water and sewer, that's correct.
right.
Just glancing at your notes, Mr. Tyson, help me out. Is he probably not for the rezoning?
I'm for the not rezoning. Yes.
I don't have a copy of his notes, but he was on our mailing list for
Okay. So do you
I'm
wish
up too
to
early.
speak on the text amendment, or are you going to speak on behalf of the rezoning near you?
Well, I wanted to talk in reference to the rezoning.
Okay, that's going to come up in another item on the agenda. So you may want to wish to speak to that at that time, but again, I don't want to cut you out of the text amendment if you want to speak on the text amendment.
Okay. I apologize.
Okay, that's okay, no problem at all. We'll have you back up. Adam, which item is that?
I think we're about 3 away.
3 away, okay. I'll make sure you know, Mr. Davis, when that item is up. Thank you. All right, next speaker on this item.
John Williford, 3032 Brassfield Drive in Rocky Mount. I'm an attorney with the firm of Fields and Cooper in Rocky Mount. I represent C.T. Williams Corporation. To reemphasize what Adam Tyson has said, this text amendment only applies where there is both public water and public sewer available, and it has no relationship to anything else that Mr. Williams has on the agenda today, because it's only public water there and not public sewer.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Urge this commission to adopt.
Okay, thank you. Other speakers on this text amendment? Seeing no one moving forward, I would call for motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, seconded by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Public hearing is closed. And at this time, I would see if there any more discussion the board wishes to have with themselves or potentially Mr. Tyson. Ms. Leggett?
Yes, I've got a question for Mr. Tyson. What are the areas of our county right now that have both water and sewer available that's out of a town's jurisdiction?
You are mostly going to be on the outskirts of towns that operate their own public utilities, primarily some areas around the edges of the city of Rocky Mount and the town of Sharpsburg. And then there is some that runs up, there's some sewer that runs farther out into the rural part of the county, but typically that is reserved for commercial or economic development purposes and is not available for residential. So primarily, you're looking at areas around the edges of Rocky Mount and Sharpsburg.
Thank you.
And I will say that it was not built to be available for residential, but there is a clause where, with seeking Rocky Mount's approval, it could be used
Right.
for residential. That's primarily the 97 site. Other questions from board members?
I'd just like to ask, a few months ago, I don't know if it's been a year or when, we revised this thing to, how long ago has that been?
September 2019, so just a little over a year.
And this text amendment, we're talking about countywide.
It would be countywide, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yep. Mr. Outlaw?
Yeah, I just had a question regarding public sewer. How do grinder pumps fit into the public sewer scenario?
If a grinder pump or something that's a similar option but not exactly the same, a step system, a septic tank effluent pump, was used to connect directly to a sewer system line, then I would consider that to be in the category of having sewer service, unless the text amendment was more specifically worded. So right now, the way that it generally refers to sewer service, I would consider grinder pumps or step systems that connect directly to a sewer line to satisfy that requirement.
Well, understanding that, then I would have some issue with a grinder pump qualifying as a public sewer system. We've had that discussion months back. There's cost factors, there's issues with grinder pumps. It's not a good situation, and I would be opposed to that if it qualified as a public sewer system.
Other comments? Ms. Leggett?
Yeah, well,
I got Ms. Leggett first, Ms. Belfield, I'll get right to you.
I've got one more question. Is there anything that in your mind has materially changed since we changed the ordinance in 2019?
No, the only thing that is different is the offering up of the stipulation that water and sewer must be required for these smaller lots, which wasn't in the original ordinance. But I would not say that there's been any major shift in our utility situation or any other conditions in Nash County.
Mr. Belfield?
Well, I'm skeptical of this, and I'll tell you why. I live in the city of Rocky Mount, and I've been where I am for about 36 years. And I have tried to get sewers, and the city won't do it. They said because you got to have a lift to go uphill. And I just think that we ought to have a full county-wide water and sewer system. Counties have it, and we can work to that. And I don't think we need to be changing until we get there.
Thank you, Mr. Belfield. Other comments or questions? Mr. Harrison?
Even though water would be available, would it be a requirement that the residents hook up to the water system?
Typically, the requirement is if you develop residential lots, I believe within 300 feet of an existing county water system line, you as the developer are required to connect to that system. So as long as public water or public sewer is available within a 300-foot radius of your proposed new development, you'd be required to connect. Now, that requirement is housed elsewhere in the ordinance, not in the cluster development option. But yes, when you're within that proximity, you are required as a developer to connect.
Other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Tyson. As we said, or Mr. Tyson said, it is a two-step process. First motion would be to adopt a consistency statement, and then the second motion would be to approve or deny the text amendment. Listen to the board. Or let me just ask where the board wants to go first, the pleasure of the board, and if your intent is to approve, I think we've got a consistency statement. If the intent is to deny, we may need a little guidance from Mr. Tyson how to structure that. So I'd entertain a motion at this time.
I'd make a motion to deny the amendment request. I don't know.
Okay, I have a motion to, well, I'm not there yet. I've got to, Mr. Tyson, why don't you tell us exactly
Right.
what to do? It sounds like there's an intent to potentially deny it, so what do we do with the
Right.
consistency
So the first thing the
statement?
board would need to do is adopt a consistency statement in preparation for that denial. I think it would be good to legally recognize that the text amendment is not inconsistent with the land use plan, but it may not be reasonable or in the public interest at this time. And so what I would ask the board is, what is the primary reason that you are planning to deny it? And perhaps that's just that lots less than 20,000 square feet should request rezoning to an appropriately dense zoning district instead of trying to use the cluster development option. But I'll be glad to help you structure the statement if the board could tell me your primary objection to the text amendment.
Mr. Combs, I think what we should do, if indeed you want to adopt a statement with the intent of denying it, is to adopt a statement stating that the ordinance currently has a way to obtain this, and you do not see this necessary since you can't ask for rezoning.
I'll put that in my motion.
Yep.
Let me, if you don't mind, I could make a suggestion.
You can,
For
sir.
text. Text amendment request A210101 is not inconsistent with the recommendations of the Nash County Land Development Plan, Section 3, Item Number 2. However, the request is not reasonable and not in the public interest at this time because residential developments that propose lots less than 20,000 square feet in area may request rezoning to an appropriately dense zoning district instead of exercising the cluster development option.
All right, we have a motion to adopt that as our consistency statement. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Commissioner Leggett. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? That motion carries. The next motion would be to approve or to deny the zoning map, the text amendment, and really it would need to be a motion to deny the text amendment with the consistency statement that was adopted. Is there a motion such?
So moved.
All right, have a motion to deny the text amendment request at this time. Is there a second?
Second.
Have a second by Commissioner Leggett and several others. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. Thank you, Mr. Tyson. If you want to stay there at the podium, Mr. Tyson, the next item on the agenda is a public hearing, which is item number 8. Is a public hearing for general rezoning Z210101 to rezone 91 acres at 3706 Stony Hill Church Road and 9213 Whitley Road to RA20, which is medium density residential. Mr. Tyson, if you would make a presentation on that request.
Seemed to be, I was going in the wrong direction. The subject property consists of 2 adjacent tracts of land that total up to the 91 acres. You can see those 2 tracts in the aerial photo on the left side of the screen. The dividing line between the 2 tracts is right here underneath this label. So you have a left-hand tract and a right-hand tract. Over on the right side of the screen is a zoning map that puts that subject property in a little more context in a larger area, showing the surrounding zoning districts. Property is owned by the C.T. Williams Corporation. As the chairman said, it's located at 3706 Stony Hill Church Road and 9213 Whitley Road. It's currently zoned R40, single-family residential. Property is located northeast of the town of Bailey in the area known as the Green Pond community. The property is immediately adjacent to the White Oak Hill subdivision, which you can see up in the far right, top right-hand corner of the aerial photo. That was developed between 1999 and 2001 off of Needham Road to the north. It's also across the road from the Glover Oaks subdivision. That would be these lots on the west side of Whitley Road, developed between 2004 and 2006. And both of those existing subdivisions were developed under the current R40 dimensional requirements. As you can see in the aerial photo, the site's mostly undeveloped and currently used primarily for agricultural cropland. There is one existing dwelling down here at 3706 Stony Hill Church Road and some accessory farm and detached accessory buildings in that little corner right there. The site's located in the Neuse River Basin in the WS3BW Watershed Protection Overlay District. That watershed is significant because for water quality purposes and regardless of how the property is zoned by Nash County, state regulations will require that no lots be subdivided with less than 20,000 square feet. So that is the floor as far as lot size as set by the state watershed regulations. The property is not located within a regulated floodplain, but there is a stream, creek, or branch that runs through the northern portion. You can see it right here along this tree line that would most likely be subject to a riparian buffer if the property were developed. The agenda package includes some surveys defining the boundaries. This is the western parcel along Whitley Road, and then the eastern parcel that has frontage along Stony Hill Church Road. The property owner has submitted this general rezoning request to rezone the subject property from R40 to RA20, which is medium density residential. That district is primarily intended to accommodate single-family detached dwellings in areas where public water and/or public sewer services are available or where soil characteristics allow for medium density development. There's 2 primary substantial impacts this rezoning will have on the subject property. First and most obviously, the permitted residential density would increase by reducing the required minimum lot area by half from the current 40,000 square feet per lot down to just 20,000 square feet per lot. And then the following 9 land uses, which are permitted for development now under some circumstances in the R40 zoning district, would no longer be permitted under the proposed RA20. So the proposed district is more restrictive in terms of land uses. These 9 land uses are highlighted on your screen on the excerpt from the table of permitted uses. They include double-wide Class A manufactured homes, rural family occupations, radio or communication towers over 60 feet in height, solar farms, non-hazardous solid waste disposal collection sites, utility field offices, water treatment plants, horse shows, and turkey shoots. So those are 9 things that are currently permitted, but would no longer be permitted under the proposed zoning district. If we look at the zoning map and review the recent rezoning actions in the area, on October 7th, 2019, the board rezoned approximately 25 acres on the south side of Stony Hill Church Road, and you can see that here in this area on the south side. From R40 to RA30, that property was subsequently developed for the Williams Ridge subdivision, which include, phase 1 was 16 lots around the perimeter along Chapman Road, then along Stony Hill Church Road, and 1 lot on the corner of Stony Hill Church and Juniper. And then a later 4 lots were recorded once a new water line was installed down Juniper, which carries us down this way, these 4 lots right here. This subdivision utilized the cluster development option we were discussing earlier. So although it was zoned for 30,000 square foot lots, the lots were permitted to go down to 20,000 with the designation of a shared common area that's owned and managed by the Property Owners Association. You can see that common area established right here. And then there's about 9 acres and a quarter remaining to be developed in the original rezoned area. That's this white space right here. Then in August of 2020, the board rezoned approximately 69 acres to the east and immediately adjacent to the subject property. So that would be this span right here in the orange color. That was rezoned from R40 to RA30 CU. So that was a conditional use rezoning specifically for the development of the Williams Grove subdivision, 78 proposed residential lots. Because it was a conditional use, there was an attached site plan, which you can see here, that the board reviewed and approved. And now the applicant is bound to that site plan and would need to have it amended by the board if they were going to make any substantial deviations from that design. You can see that there are road front lots along Stony Hill Church Road and some interior roads that connect at several points. What is highlighted on the map are the first 19 acres. Those were, 19 lots. Those were recorded back in December of 2020. And then the development of the remaining 55 acres would continue to follow this plan unless it is brought back before this board for amendment at some point in the future. We always review the land development plan when looking at a rezoning. This request would be consistent with the plan because, number one, the plan designates the subject property as suburban growth area. You can see the entire large area around the Green Pond community is designated in that same yellow color. The land development plan supports the rezoning of property within this area where public water service is available to either the RA30 or the RA20 districts, leaving the decision between those 2 densities at the board's discretion. So that's 30,000 square foot lots versus 20,000 square foot lots. The subject property does have access to Nash County Public Water Service. There are existing 4-inch water lines along Stony Hill Church Road and along Whitley Road that the property could readily connect to. And furthermore, the Nash County Public Utilities has specifically determined in the past that the existing water system has sufficient capacity to accommodate the residential development of the property at either density. And then finally, permitting higher density residential development will help accommodate the residential growth anticipated by the plan for this area. Next, we turn our attention to spot zoning. This request would not be considered spot zoning because the subject property already is and would continue to be zoned for residential use, similar to the adjacent and surrounding properties, as you can see on the zoning map. The request would permit smaller minimum lot areas and increased residential density, but the new district is also more restrictive in terms of land uses. The large size of the property demonstrates that we would be approving a new zoning district within which multiple residential lots would be subdivided rather than a small isolated area of distinct zoning. The property has access to public water service, as we've already discussed, and of course, as mentioned previously, is consistent with the land use plan. The Technical Review Committee considered this rezoning on January 5 and recommended approval, leaving the decision between the 30,000 square foot RA30 or the 20,000 square foot RA20 zoning districts to the board's discretion per the land use plan. The planning board considered this request on January 19. Attorney Jane Flowers Finch addressed the board on behalf of Ms. Louise Strickland Finch of Stony Hill Church Road in opposition to the request, citing various concerns including residential density, traffic, water capacity, emergency service responses, and trespassing. Ms. Heather Louise Finch also addressed the board in opposition to the request, adding concerns regarding the loss of farmland and issues relating to flooding and land clearing. And then finally, Mr. Brad Webb of Whitley Road addressed the board in opposition to the request, citing the current rural character and nature of the community. The planning board voted in a split vote 6-2 to recommend approval of consistency statement A, finding the request to be reasonable in the public interest, consistent with the land use plan and not spot zoning, and then approval of the rezoning request itself at the requested RA20 density asked for by the applicant. This is going to be a consistency statement in your first motion, and then an actual motion to approve or deny. As with the last item, there's a consistency statement prepared for approval, and if the board votes for consistency statement B for denial, I'd like to work with you to make sure that we address the specific concern that you have in the adoption of that language. And then finally, you'll notice under motion number 2, instead of having the usual just approve or deny, you have 3 options on the table because the land use plan provides the option for 20,000 versus 30,000 square foot lots. You have an RA20 rezoning that would be requested by the applicant and recommended by the planning board, an RA30 that would be less dense but still supported by the land use plan, or finally a denial leaving the subject property zoned R40 as it is today. And Mr. Williams and his counsel, again, are still with us from the previous item, and I'm sure we'll be planning to address you during the public hearing. And before that, I'll take any questions you have for the staff.
Questions of Mr. Tyson at this time? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Major Moore and Major Strickland, would y'all mind spreading out across the back and around the sides a little bit? Try to get you 6 foot. I hate to ask you to do that, but I kind of chair of this room at this time, and I need to, okay, thank you. I appreciate that very much. Where we are, call for a motion to go into public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Commissioner Outlaw and Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, we now are in a public hearing to hear this item 8, general rezoning. If there's someone here that wishes to speak for or against this rezoning, we'd be glad to hear from you at this time. If you would come up and let us know your name and address for the record, maybe even if you have done it before. Anyone wish to speak for or against? Mr. Williford? Come on up, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, my name is John Williford. I live at 3032 Brassfield Drive in Rocky Mount. I'm an attorney with the firm Fields and Cooper with offices in Rocky Mount and Nashville. I represent C.T. Williams Corporation, which is the owner of the property and the person asking this property be rezoned to approximately 91 acres. Part of it's on Stony Hill Church Road, part of it's on Whitley Road. They adjoin. The land development plan that the county has developed designates this area as a suburban growth area. That means that suburban growth is expected in this area. It is also an area where the county has spent money installing a 4-inch water line, so there's public water available in this area. Not only is suburban growth area, not only is there water available, but looking on the ground, there is subdivisions going on in this neighborhood. And if you can look at the chart that Mr. Tyson has prepared, you see to the south of Stony Hill Church Road, the Williams Ridge subdivision, to the north in orange or yellow, the Williams Grove subdivision, and then the piece in red of the two tracts that comprise 91 acres we're talking about today that, we're asking to be rezoned to RA20, and then there's another subdivision running up to the north to the next road, and there's subdivisions on the other side of Whitley Road. So we think there's actually a lot of subdivision development going on in this area. And we think it's important to develop the subdivisions because they're going to bring in more houses, more families, more people paying taxes, and this is economic growth. People tell me that, Raleigh and Wake County are headed this way. This is in the western end of the county. I mean, the population is increasing, and we need places for folks to live. We would ask the court to adopt the rezoning request. Excuse me, we ask the commissioners to adopt the request.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
Thank you.
Megan, someone else wish to speak for or against this? Come forward, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Davis, may I take my mask off as I speak?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Jane Flowers Finch. I'm an attorney from Raleigh. I'm here to represent the interest of Louise Strickland Finch, who is a landowner within a few hundred feet of this property. And I grew up in Nash County, and I grew up in the Bailey community. And my brother and sister-in-law acquired that farm over 30 years ago, and they've lived there. My brother is been deceased for 20 years, but he was Ray Finch with the Nash County. He was with the State Forestry Service, and he was a tree farmer and an environmentalist back in the 60s before everybody else was. He wrote articles that went wildlife in North Carolina in the 60s about saving the environment, and he built a beautiful farm there with lots of trees. He had a Christmas tree farm, and it's where a sanctuary that I go. My 93-year-old mother, Pearl Finch, who you may know, has been going back there, wants to get on the truck and ride back there. There's been a lot of growth in this area, as they've all stated, in recent times, and the maps up there show. Mr. Williams has done a lot of this development out there. There's a lot of houses out there and some that have been built. But the population, I just Googled it, for the town of Bailey in 2021 was 566. And I used to tell people the population of Bailey was 832, and it was 832 not too many years ago. This community out here on this map has got more than 566 people living on it right now. If you count the houses out there in these subdivisions, all you're getting out, you've got the town of Bailey right there. And that's high density. Gosh, let me get my glasses here. The development plan that was done back in about 2005 when Claude Mayo was chairman of the commissioners and Billy Morgan from Bailey was vice chairman and all that, they zoned this property R40. And there has been no substantial change in an intended use or need. We are not against developing, and we appreciate Mr. Williams if he wants to develop that property. But this is 91 acres that he could get 90 houses on, as it is now. But if he doubles it, they stated at the planning hearing, they're looking to put 150 houses. 150 houses is a minimum of 300 people, a minimum. But if there's just, these are 3-bedroom houses like he's put up out there in these other houses with 2-car garages, so they'll have 2 to 4 people in a house, and they wouldn't build 3-bedroom houses if they aren't going to have children, and they're going to have 2 cars. So we're talking about, don't talk about the houses, let's talk about the people. You're going to have 150, 300 people, 450 people, potentially 600 people, and there'll be 2 cars for every house. So you're going to add 300 cars out there on Stony Hill Church Road, which is a rural road, and I go down it many times. I'm in Nash County 4 days a week, and I'm usually riding out that way to my sister-in-law's. And it's a 55 miles per speed limit. Just here in the last year or so has Mr. Williams put in this previous, the Williams Grove subdivision, there's 26 to 30 lots, and they all access onto Stony Hill Church Road. And their driveways, the way they're configured, all of them hadn't been put in, but the ones that you see the footprint for, they've put in the tile work and everything. They're going to be pull-in driveways, and they're going to have to back out onto Stony Hill Church Road unless they put in a turning pad in a very small yard to turn around so they can pull out front ways. They're going to be backing into Stony Hill Church Road, which has a speed limit of 55 miles per hour. And they're going to be backing out there, and they've got 2-car garages, so they're banking on 2 cars for every house. So on top of this new subdivision, we're looking at a minimum 2 cars per house. That's 300 cars per day. Plus, then all these other subdivisions over here that he's put in that's got a good number of houses, another cars. It is you got a lot of traffic out there now, a lot of traffic. I grew up 1 mile north on Highway 581, and when I was 6 years old, I used to ride my bicycle to Bailey by myself to my grandmother's house and to my friend's house to play. I wouldn't let my 26-year-old get on a bicycle and ride to Bailey now on 581. And we've got development out there, and it's fine, but you've got to do more planning and thinking. And we need to having growth in Nash County and development is a good thing. I'm not against that. But we have to have to go to this extreme, to these half-acre lots. And Bailey historically has had a major sewer problem. Y'all know that, and they still do. They've not Walmart didn't go in there years ago. The sewer was a major issue, and so it's a problem. And you're going to go out here in the county and put the town of Bailey with septic tanks. People need water, and they poop. And you got to deal with both. And so it's a major significant change to change the lot size. And I also just want to say, when my sister-in-law got this notice, and it says the full request application may be reviewed on weekdays from 8 to 5 in the Nash County Planning Office. So the day of the hearing, I drove to Nashville, which I love to do, early in the day, and went to the planning office to review it, and I was just in 1 page. It's a 1-page application signed by Mr. Williams, and I like Mr. Williams a lot. I went to high school with him. It's signed here, but it doesn't show, and maybe he didn't have to, that it didn't comply, if the zoning does not comply with the land development plan. But there really was nothing's put in there. It's a very thing. So the planning department has done all the work for him, and they've become advocates for him, and I went back and read, and that's in the stated plan. I think they can do that. But it is concerning because this is technically a legislative hearing, and I'm not a land use lawyer, but I am an ethics lawyer. And I get concerned when these governmental bodies like county commissioners sit and have legislative hearings or quasi-judicial hearings, and this is on the breadth of a quasi-judicial hearing, in my opinion, because you're only rezoning 2 tracts. But technically, it's probably legislative, but I'm concerned about that if there have been any ex parte communications by the developer with any member of the county commissioners. And so for the record, I would request that that be disclosed if, in fact, this is determined to be a quasi-judicial hearing, because I've learned you have to do that. So I don't want to, I'm not implying that anything untoward was done, but I do know, having dealt with the Atlantic Coast Pipeline hearings in Robeson County, that can be a problem. So, Chairman Davis, in his State of the County, said that our biggest asset in Nash County is land, and I agree 100% with that. And it's our precious, precious land. And I just don't think we should go to half-acre lots out here on Stony Hill Church Road. I do not think the infrastructure can handle it. I'm not for sure if a 4-inch water line can do it. And any circumstances could change, and other people may want to be out there developing their land, and they may be told, well, we only got a 4-inch water line out there. We can't do it. You can't develop half-acre lots. You can't even develop acre lots, because people still have to get a permit to build anything. And so I just am concerned about it, and thank you for the opportunity to see all of y'all again, and thank you.
Good to see you, Ms. Beck. Appreciate you being here. Someone else wishes to speak for or against this rezoning matter?
That's a powerful lot, from what I know about the code. That's all I know.
Good
My
morning,
name is
Mr. Williams.
Cecil Williams. I reside at 6765 Jordan Road. And this, just got a couple comments about I hope we can approve the R20. I hope we can approve the R20, but we do what we got to do. The reason this land is still R40 is, remember, is the Wilson County watershed many years ago required R40 rezoning to protect a Wilson County watershed. Well, now that the Wilson County had moved our watershed to another area, they allowed that restriction to expire. And I saw where the restriction had expired. This commissioners voted and took the restrictions off of a big area of land in the Bailey area from the R40 restriction. They took that overlay off, which opened up the land to be rezoned to smaller tracts. That's just number one. Number two is the land issue land is precious in Nash County. And we represent about 5 of the nation's largest builders of homes. I'm proud of that fact. They want to build in Nash County. In order to build in Nash County, we got to get lots. And the area that we're asking to be rezoned, contracts are waiting to be written by builders on the outcome of this meeting today. So I just wanted to just say that, and there's a tract that I think that was rezoned around the corner on Green Pond Loop not many weeks ago from R40 to rural commercial. That might carry, and Mr. Tyson, does that carry a 20,000 square foot building lots if
it's zone commercial and developed residentially, it doesn't have a specific minimum lot size. I mean, I think it has one that's very small. It would be the soil conditions that would dictate the minimum lot size.
So if the soil size, I would be tickled to death to say that let the soils on this particular parcel dictate what our lot size is. But that's not the way the zoning scenario works. So this is the best soil there is in the whole United States except Atlantic Beach for houses. And we've got 17 houses going up now where anybody had the opportunity to go by there since this rezoning request and before the date to see. We got 17 houses all going up at one time. And we can do the job, but the commissioners need to work with the developers to get Nash County the housing we need, to get the economic development land and the shell buildings and the other stuff. You got to have somebody to work in these places. So I appreciate it, and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Other speakers on item number 8? Seeing no one, entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
Mr. Chairman, I've got
Excuse me.
one statement.
Yes, sir. You have a written statement?
I have a
came in?
written statement, and this is a legislative public hearing, not a quasi-judicial. And typically, we would not submit these necessarily, but in the vein of being accommodating during COVID-19, Ms. Alice Plauché Evans is the resident at 9092 Whitley Road. That would be on the west side of Whitley Road, across from the subject property. Asked that I share her opposition to the request, which was primarily focused on property value and traffic safety. And that was Alice Plauché Evans on 9092 Whitley Road.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Madam Clerk, I did not close the public hearing yet, correct? Okay. Entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
Move we close the public hearing.
Okay, I have a motion by Ms. Leggett, second by Mr. Bellfield. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? The motion is now closed, and we're at the point where we can have additional discussion from the board on this matter. And as Mr. Tyson said, that we have a two-step process. Depending on what the board wishes to do, will guide us on the consistency statement as well. I do want to make one, or ask Mr. Tyson to explain one thing to us, if he would. I recently became aware of some changes with the North Carolina DOT as it relates to subdivisions on SR roads, and as it relates to the number of driveways. That seems like it's going to change some things that have been happening in Nash County. Could you very briefly explain what we found out that happened back in October that may change how we move forward?
In October of last year, our NCDOT district, District 4, released a new policy regarding driveway permits along state-maintained roads. Specifically, that policy is designed to encourage access from new interior subdivision roads and to greatly reduce the number of lots that are awarded driveway permits along state-maintained roads, particularly those with higher levels of traffic. And so in applying it to this particular property, some initial conversations with our NCDOT district engineer, the DOT has indicated that additional driveway permits off of Whitley Road and Stony Hill Church Road would be unlikely to be issued, specifically because of how many driveway permits have already been issued off to the east for the Williams Grove Phase 1 and then the future phase. So the DOT will honor the design that was approved by the commissioners for the property to the east, but any future development on this property would be unlikely to be issued driveway permits off the main roads and would likely have to have interior access to new subdivision roads.
Any questions on that from anyone, Ms. Leggett? I've got another question for Mr. Tyson. Sure, go ahead.
The last tract that we approved for Mr. Williams, the one to the immediate east of this, was approved at RA 30 conditional use, and that had a site plan attached. And the current request does not have a site plan attached, that's correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Tyson, following up on that question, how do we know if we can help the DOT enforce their new policy without a site plan?
Right. So what you have before you today is a general rezoning, which, if approved, would give the developer the ability to propose a subdivision plan. And as long as that plan met the minimums in our ordinance, which don't include the DOT policy, it would be approved. Now, the DOT would play a role in that review process as a member of the technical review committee. But if the board were to determine that you needed to see a site plan in order to make a determination about whether this density increase would be reasonable and in the public interest, then you could turn down this general rezoning and ask the applicant to come back and resubmit a conditional use rezoning that would be accompanied by a subdivision sketch plan as the approved site, or the required site plan. And so if the board determines that you need to see that subdivision layout in order to make a final decision on this density increase, the appropriate action, I think, would be to turn down the general rezoning and ask the developer to resubmit with a conditional use rezoning. Because otherwise, there's no mechanism for requiring a specific subdivision layout or for holding the applicant accountable for a particular subdivision layout.
And our current ordinance, you say, allows us to do that, and it would be conditional use, condition being submit the site plan or the lot layout with it.
Correct. A conditional, in order to attach any conditions, including a site plan, the applicant would have to initiate the process by submitting a conditional use rezoning request.
Would you tab that to make sure we discuss it in reviewing our land development code moving forward for the year? Other questions? Seeing none, what's the pleasure of the board on this one, and that will help us get this consistency statement correct?
At this time, I don't necessarily think it's appropriate to approve this with R20 with no site plan, and considering the substantial difference in lot size of the surrounding area and the proposed area.
Okay, so you want to make a motion to what, deny it and come back with a conditional, tell me exactly what you mean by it, with a conditional request?
Yes.
Okay.
If he so chooses.
Okay. Commissioner Leggett has stated that she wishes to make a motion to deny this because this board potentially could make it, and don't let me put words in your mouth, a better decision with a site plan. Is there a second to that motion?
You asked for a comment. That wasn't necessarily in the form of a motion, but you
Okay.
asked for what the board felt, and I think Mr. Belfield had a comment.
Okay, excuse me. Mr. Belfield, you want to comment before I ask for a motion?
Yeah, I think, am I right that Ms. Williams came before us before for changing from R40 to R20, and we went R30? Can we do that today?
Yes, sir. That is one of the options, would be to approve an RA30 rezoning, which would be not as dense as the applicant is requesting, but it would still be denser than it is, and that option is also supported by the land use plan.
Other questions?
Just a comment, Mr. Belfield, I think we'd be better off to see this with a site plan, with a drawing, like he submitted last time.
Well, we went to R30.
Yeah, well, then we need to see a plan.
That's when
I
we
think
ought
we'd
to
be
see
better
the
off
plan.
approving it that way, with a plan.
What'd you say, Mr. Belfield?
I'd say that we went to R30, we didn't have the plan.
I think we did have a
did.
plan at that time.
Well,
We
I
went-
don't recall us having the plan.
You didn't have a plan on the south side of the road?
Yeah,
You
you're
did have
exactly
one
right.
on the north
We
side.
did have one on the north side.
Had one on the north side, okay. We had one on one, didn't have one on the other.
Well, I knew the one that we went R30 from 40 to 30, we didn't,
Right.
no plan was shown to us.
Okay. Mr. Outlaw?
Just for clarification, Ms. Leggett, are you asking for Mr. Williams to come back with the RA 30 CU or 20 CU? The RA 30 CU is what you've got to the east of it. So what would be your specific thinking
I think RA30 would be the most appropriate
with a site plan?
with a site plan, yes, sir.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Are we ready for me to entertain a motion? Mr. Williford, my public hearing is closed. I try to be as kind as I can to our citizens. What is it you wish to do at this point in time?
There's some urgency on the part to be able to sell lots, and if the board would approve the R830 today without the thing,
Okay, understood. Thank you, sir.
Can I make a comment?
We're still in discussion, sir. I don't have a motion. Yes, sir.
Until he has a site plan, and no more driveways allowed on Whitley Road or Stony Hill Church Road in this zoning right here, then he's got to have he can't sell no lots, so he's got a road through there. Is that right? Am I right? Is that right, Adam?
There's been no
We really don't know the answer to that without a site plan.
Right.
Exactly.
But there would be no way to sell lots without a subdivision map being submitted to the county for approval.
That's my point. So.
Right. And that has not
We
happened
really wouldn't
yet.
be holding up something.
Mr. Williams, I can say what needs to be said, because my public hearing is closed. Potentially, we could be holding it up, because if we did something today, of course, he can start selling lots. And it would then be up to DOT to stop that driveway process, not this board.
Well,
So, any more thoughts before I call for a motion?
it's time to call for a motion.
Okay, I have a time to call for a motion directive, what would that motion be? Entertain a motion at this time, how to move forward with this request.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Leggett,
I offer the motion to adopt consistency statement B for denial of request Z 201-101, based on the request not being in the public's best interest due to the substantial difference in size of lots between said property and adjoining properties, and would invite the applicant to resubmit with a site plan for RA 30 or RA 20.
okay, I have a motion to adopt consistency statement B, which is denial of this request. The reason why is because it is considerably smaller lots than the adjoining lots, and the Board of Commissioners, under this motion, would request to be given a site plan, which would make it a conditional use rezoning, and the site plan, as stated by Ms. Leggett, could be either R30 or R20, coming back to us, and that decision would be made at that time.
Mr. Chairman,
Is that correctly stated, Mr. Outlaw?
just for clarification
Yes, sir.
again. So the requester can come back with R20 CU and not R30 CU.
That's the
Is
motion
that my understanding?
I understood Ms. Leggett made.
Well, didn't she say consistent B statement?
She did. Mr. Belfield, let me make sure I made it clear. She is making a motion to deny. Therefore, she's using consistency statement B, which is to deny the request, and her stated reason is, as I just said.
Did the motion say RA 20 or RA 30, leaving it to the discretion of the applicant?
That's what Ms. Leggett, I understood her to say.
That's what I understood as well.
Okay. So I have a motion on the floor. Is there a second to that motion? Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? We all clear? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign?
No?
No.
All right, it was a 5-2 vote. Is that okay with everybody? You want to see a show of hands?
Good.
Okay. Motion carries 5-2. I need a motion now to deny the general rezoning.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, ma'am.
offer the motion to deny the rezoning request.
Okay, have a motion to deny the rezoning request. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? Mr. Belfield?
What requests are we denying? The R20?
We are denying the general rezoning for 91 acres to RA20. Yes, sir.
Okay, got it.
All right. All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Williford, Mr. Williams, if y'all need to get with Mr. Tyson later to make sure you understand what the board did, please contact him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The next item is a quasi judicial public hearing. Item number 9 is to expand a solar farm that currently is approved. And during this public hearing, you will need to be sworn in because it is a quasi judicial hearing. And the board should not have discussed, as was said a little earlier, anything about this with the applicant or basically anyone else with the exception of staff potentially. And at this time, I'll call on Mr. Tyson to make this presentation.
Thank you. This is a request to amend a conditional use permit previously issued by the board for a very large solar farm out on Frazier Road. You can see the map that you have on the screen. The two parcels in red are the two parcels that are up for consideration to be added to the Phobos Solar Farm, which is on the 9 parcels that are shaded in blue, stretching all the way down to the bottom of the screen. It is immediately adjacent to the existing Brantley Solar Farm, which is shown in yellow. So the yellow project has been constructed and is in operation. The blue project was approved by the board in that footprint, and the request is to expand the blue footprint to include the 2 red properties. Those 2 tracts are located on either side of Frazier Road. The first tract of land on the south side of Frazier Road found here is in the ownership of Susan Anna Allen. It is 65 acres large. It's located in the Neuse River Basin and includes an existing residential dwelling where I believe Miss Allen resides at 3354 Frazier Road. It is occupied at any case. And there's an existing electrical transmission line utility easement. You can see a little gap in the trees that runs across the property already. The second tract of land is on the north side of the road. It's approximately 277 acres owned by Gabe Branch Holdings, LLC. That's actually in the Tarpamlico River Basin because Frazier Road serves as somewhat of a demarcation line between the Tarpam Basin on the north and the Neuse Basin on the south. It is undeveloped. The rear property line, you'll notice, is actually defined by the Tar River, and there's a small portion along the rear of the property and along the eastern boundary, which is actually in the floodway in the 100-year floodplain. This property is directly behind the Elizabeth Missionary Baptist Church, which is found at 4101 Frazier Road, and we'll see that in a little more detail in a moment. There's a pending wetlands delineation and stream buffer determination that will ultimately dictate how much of these 2 subject tracts can be developed for a solar farm. The conditional use permit, you'll recall, was initially issued by the board on August 5th to authorize the development of this 80-megawatt photovoltaic solar farm across 8 tracts of land. It will be connected to the electrical infrastructure of Duke Energy Progress. Then the permit was amended by the board on February 3rd to include 1 additional tract that was owned by the Winstead family. That was this rectangular tract here that's found a portion on the north side of Frazier and a portion on the south. So the conditional use permit has already been amended by this board 1 time since its initial adoption. Upon further study, the applicant, Phobos Solar LLC, has determined the need to expand the project to include these 2 tracts for an additional approximately 342 acres to accommodate the number of solar panels they'll need to generate their proposed 80 megawatts of electricity. Therefore, the applicant has submitted a request on behalf of both of these property owners to amend the permit a second time to include these subject properties within the Phobos Solar project area. The applicant proposes no changes to the existing conditions that are previously attached to the permit, and those conditions will continue to apply to the subject property as well. We look at the amended site plan, and we'll look at it in some detail in a moment. but the parcel on the south side of the road can be found here, and then the parcel on the north side of the road can be found there. Both of these tracts will include fenced areas containing rows of ground-mounted solar panel arrays. They will be tracking systems, as far as I know, meaning that the panels will slowly tilt throughout the day to track the movement of the sun. This is the outline of the 65 acres on the south side of Fraser Road, known as the Allen parcel. You'll see that their preliminary wetlands determination shows that a large part of the property is wetlands and cannot be disturbed for solar development. So primarily it will be developed on the south side of this transmission line utility easement. You see some of that area has already been cleared for agricultural use, and then some of it is wooded. The northern side, there'll be some isolated areas of solar panels that could perhaps be installed on the north side of the wetlands. This is the existing dwelling that the owner intends to leave, and so there is some preserved vegetative screening here and some planted vegetative screening here that will protect that home from a direct view of the solar panels. There's also vegetative screening proposed along the frontage of Fraser Road here. The second tract is the 277 acres on the north side. The church that I referenced is located down here at the road frontage. The driveway that will access this property, I believe, is actually found on the Winstead property to the west, the property that was added to the project last time. You can see an interior network of access roads to provide access to all the inverters that will be located on the property. They have avoided the floodplain and floodway that's around the edge of the rear defined by the Tar River there. They, in addition to maintaining some preserved existing vegetation along this pink line here, because these properties are residentially used, they're also proposing a planted vegetative buffer around the perimeter of the church property here, as well as a 100-foot buffer that would keep the solar panels 100 feet back from that screening buffer around the edge of the church property. The packet includes a breakdown of the proposed screening, the planted screening that's required by the ordinance between the solar farm and residentially used property is found here. And then there's a slightly less dense but still substantial elective vegetative buffer that is not specifically required by the ordinance, but that the applicant has elected to provide along the road frontage of the entire solar farm. So that's what's found on the right. The Technical Review Committee considered the request to amend the permit on January 5th and recommended approval. The Planning Board considered that request on January 19th, and no members of the public other than those representing the applicant addressed the board with regard to the request. The Planning Board voted unanimously to recommend approval of option A, which includes conclusions with supporting findings of fact for the Second Amendment of this permit, and then finally a formal recommendation for approval of the request. This will be a two-motion process. Because this is a quasi-judicial matter, the board will need, under the first motion, to adopt conclusions with supporting findings of fact, and then to actually approve or deny the permit amendment. And again, because this is a quasi-judicial hearing, if you indulge me for the record to go through the recommended conclusions for supporting findings of fact for approval. Number one, the proposed development meets all the standards required by the Nash County Unified Development Ordinance, including those specific requirements for solar farms, because the site is located in the A1 Agricultural Zoning District, and a solar farm is a permitted land use in that district with the issuance of a conditional use permit. The site plan depicts the proposed solar farm facilities and structures to be in conformance with the principal building setback requirements of the A1 zoning district. The proposed solar arrays are depicted on the plan to reach a maximum height of 15 feet, not exceeding the maximum allowable height of 25 feet. The submitted site plan depicts the location of the maximum potential extent of the solar panel array coverage on the subject properties, meeting the required separation distances from the surrounding property lines. It depicts the locations of the proposed substation, inverters, access drives, vegetative screening buffers, and areas to remain undisturbed for the protection of existing wetlands and riparian stream buffers. The site plan includes a scaled drawing of the proposed solar collector structures. And then letter E, under conclusion number 1, is a revision or an addition this time. What was not available when the permit was originally adopted, but has been submitted today, is a decommissioning plan with a projected cost estimate for the Phobos Solar Farm. That's submitted by Pine Gate Renewables, in which it assumes responsibility to ensure that there are sufficient funds available and a process in place to remove the equipment and restore the site at the end of the project's useful life. And of course, one of the ordinance requirements involves preventing the facility from being abandoned in a state of disrepair. And so this is some added detail. You have the full decommissioning plan. It's about 7 pages included in your agenda packet for your review. Conclusion number 2, the development will not materially endanger the public health or safety. I'll remind the board that you adopted a number of findings when the permit was initially adopted. A, it will be constructed to meet all applicable construction codes. B, the farm will be fenced and gated to control access. C, it will be enclosed by a 6-foot-high chain-link security fence topped with barbed wire. D, there's no visual safety hazard anticipated for motorists because the photovoltaic cells are anti-reflective to prevent glare. The solar farm facility will not produce or release any dangerous vapors or contaminants into the environment. The proposed solar panels are made primarily of glass and other inert materials and utilize thin film or polycrystalline technology to lock the photovoltaic materials into the panels, preventing them from leaching into the soil or groundwater. The proposed solar panels pass the EPA's toxic leaching characteristic procedure test, which classifies them as non-hazardous waste and allows for their disposal in landfills and demonstrates that they would not pose a threat to health or groundwater if ever abandoned on the ground. And finally, the proposed solar panels may be recycled rather than put in a landfill at the end of their useful life. Those are conclusions the board has previously adopted based on testimony offered by the applicant and the applicant's experts at an earlier public hearing. Conclusion number 3, the proposed development will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. To address that, the applicant has submitted a revised appraisal impact report, which has been adjusted to include and address these 2 additional properties. It's prepared by Richard C. Kirkland Jr. of Kirkland Appraisals, dated December 18, 2020, and it specifically concludes that in Mr. Kirkland's opinion, quote, the modifications to the proposed solar farm at the subject property will have no impact on the value of adjoining or abutting property. Conclusion number 4, the development will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located. As the board knows, it will generate minimal noise during daylight hours and no noise at night. It will not generate dust, fumes, or odors. Post-construction, it will generate no additional traffic with the exception of routine maintenance, inspections, or repairs. It will be largely screened from view by the proposed existing or planted vegetated buffers. And then again, citing this same updated appraisal impact report by Kirkland Appraisals, that report concludes that, in Mr. Kirkland's professional opinion, quote, the proposed use is in harmony with the area in which it is located, noting that, quote, some of the positive implications of a solar farm that have been expressed by people living next to solar farms include protection for future development of residential developments or other more intrusive uses, reduced dust, odor, or chemicals from former farming operations, protection from light pollution at night, it's quiet, and there is no traffic. Finally, conclusion number 5 is the development in general conformity with the land development plan. The land development plan designates the property as suburban growth area, and the suburban growth area has previously been determined by the board to be compatible for solar farms because they're relatively low-intensity land uses consistent with low-density residential and agricultural development. The solar farm facility does not require public infrastructure such as public water or sewer, and the solar farm facility will provide a renewable, sustainable alternative source of energy. So consistency statement A to approve would need to reference those 5 conclusions. In order to deny the request under option B, the board would simply need to cite any one of those 5 conclusions that the board is not satisfied has been sufficiently addressed, and to provide some support for that based on the evidence and testimony we're about to receive at the public hearing. And then finally, there's a motion to approve or deny the amendment. If the motion is to approve, We do ask that you include at the TRC and Planning Board's recommendation a slightly revised condition, which simply addresses the fact that now this solar farm will span 2 different river basins, the Tar Pamlico to the north and the Neuse to the south, and that requires the county to issue the stormwater approval on the north side and the state to issue the stormwater approval on the south side. So that's a technicality, but we would like that reflected in the conditions if the board chooses to amend the permit. And that concludes the staff report, and I'll be glad to take any questions you might have.
Questions of Mr. Tyson at this time?
I just have one, Adam. Go back to your map right there. Between the Brantley thing and the proposed 277 acres, I see a long narrow strip coming up
Yep.
there. Does that belong to the property behind the Brantleys, or are we cutting off somebody, or?
I'm not sure who owns that. It's not included in either project, but I believe that there is an easement included in the Brantley project that allows crossing the solar farm to get to that property. I don't have that plan on me, but I do believe that there was an easement reserved.
I think the straight line I'm looking at where it goes from the corner of the Brantley property to the river back there, I think that's the power line, am I right? And not a property line? Right there.
Right,
Yeah,
right back
from
here.
that corner to the river, yeah, right there. Is that the power line and not a property line? It may belong to the adjoining
It very well
property.
could, the transmission easement that starts down here on the Allen property does go in that direction, so that could be the utility easement.
Okay. Yeah.
That is, Dan.
Yeah, as long as, I'm just concerned that we won't cutting somebody off right there that couldn't get.
Other comments, questions from commissioners? Thank you, Mr. Tyson.
And also, I would just add, if, as soon as we open the public hearing, if we could accept the staff report as well as the entire case file into the evidence for this public hearing.
Okay, all right. Okay, entertain a motion to go into quasi judicial hearing on this matter at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a quasi judicial hearing, so at this time to speak on item 8, which is a conditional use permit to expand a solar farm. The ones that wish to speak, I'd ask for you to come up one at a time to the podium, and I'll have the clerk to swear you in.
No.
What'd I say? Okay. And it's item number 9.
Thank you. Your left hand on the Bible, right hand, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Reed Hollander. I'm an attorney with the Nelson Mullins Law Firm in Raleigh, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant with regard to this request. I have with me a few individuals I'd like to introduce briefly. First is Rex Young, if he'll stand up, who is a development attorney with the developer of this project, Phobos Solar. Corey Howell, who's a professional engineer, who is one of the 3 experts here today. He is a North Carolina licensed professional engineer with a Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering, and is a vice president at Kimley Horn and Associates. And I'll explain a little bit more about his portion of the testimony in a moment. Thomas Cleveland, also a professional engineer, a North Carolina licensed professional engineer with a Bachelor of Science and a Master of Science in Mechanical Engineering, both from NC State University. And then Nick Kirkland, who is an appraiser. You saw his appraisal report authored with him and his father, at Kirkland Appraisal in Raleigh, and he is here to testify and answer any questions the board may have with regard to the issues addressed in his report. I want to quickly address a couple of things that may be on your mind. First of all, with respect to the additional conditions relating to the water issues and the permitting issues, we have absolutely no objection to those. Those are perfectly acceptable to us, and those were expected and anticipated. I do want to answer quickly a question you may have, which is why are we here again if you've already approved this and then amended it once? The reason we're here on this second amendment, and this will be the last amendment you will see from us on this project, is because after the first amendment was approved by this board, we were approached by these two property owners whose property is at issue here, and they proposed to add their property to the project. It wasn't something we sought out. But after examining that and evaluating what effect that would have on the overall project, it was the conclusion of the developer that this would actually make it a better project. It would allow the project to be integrated in with all of the land in a better manner, contour with the land, and overall make it a more effective project and a nicer looking project from an overall standpoint. So that's why we came before the Technical Review Committee and then the Planning Board and now you with regard to this second amendment. Now, I have submitted to the clerk, and I would ask that it be added to the record in this case, 3 affidavits, one from each of the experts here today, that address the same 5 points that the staff's report addresses, in which your prior findings on the original application and the First Amendment already addressed. And so those affidavits restate and reinforce those 5 findings on behalf of the applicant. I will ask at the pleasure of the chairman and the board whether you wish to hear from each of those experts. They're available to get up and speak with you, but the testimony is in their affidavits, and you've already heard from them in prior hearings. So in recognition of your long agenda, I don't want to take more time than is necessary.
Thank you for that, sir. Is any objection from the board for me allowing us to just take it, what we've been presented without actual testimony? Everybody good with that? I think we're fine with that, sir.
All right. Then, Mr. Chairman, I think, let me just check my notes. I don't think I have anything else. I just want to thank you again for your time and consideration of this request, and we respectfully ask that the board approve this second amendment.
Okay.
And I'm available to answer any questions if you should have any.
Any questions, Reed, at this time?
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Leggett.
Packet, there was a decommissioning statement.
Yes, ma'am.
So that, the cost that y'all would have to decommission the sites, should they need to be decommissioned,
Right.
would be paid basically by the recycling fees, recycling sales. And I didn't see any type of bond or anything else, any kind of deposit there available.
Let me ask Mr. Young to step up and answer that question for you,
Okay,
if I
that'd be
may.
great, thank you.
Yeah.
You will need to be sworn, and I need, hold on right there just a second, sir. If you'll stop right there just a second. Megan? Okay. Thank you, sir. You'll state your name and your address, and then I'll have you sworn in.
My name is Rex Young, and my address is 606 Wade Avenue in Raleigh.
Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Ma'am, to address your question about the decommissioning plan, so this is a This is a plan that we typically volunteer to provide in our applications to give a little more color and detail about what that process will look like and to give the county some expectations of what we consider our responsibilities and how that process will go. I don't think the ordinance necessarily requires this, but I'm sure there is not a responsibility to restore the property after the useful life of the facility is over. For that decommissioning cost, we do expect there to be a substantial market for the equipment and materials that are part of the solar panels. They are commonly, there's a lot of material that is commonly has salvage value currently. It's glass, it's aluminum, it's steel. So we do expect to recoup a lot of that investment. I wouldn't say we're able to, naturally it is over a course of some time, so it's our best available estimates, but that is our intention, is to recoup as much expense as possible for that. Sure, thank you.
Megan. Any other questions from the speaker currently? Seeing none.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anyone else here wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing no one, I'd entertain a motion to close the quasi judicial hearing at this time.
Move we close the quasi judicial hearing at this time.
Motion by Mr. Belfield, second by Ms. Wells. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Public hearing is now closed. Adam, anything else you wish to say?
No, sir.
Okay, questions from the board, any discussion from the board with Mr. Tyson or among yourselves?
This is a new request, right?
This is a request to expand an existing solar farm.
Expand.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yep. Other questions or comments? I'd entertain at this time a motion to adopt consistency statement A or B.
I move, Mr. Chairman, that we adopt the consistent statement A.
Which includes the 5 conclusions with A. Okay, have a motion to adopt consistency statement A with the 5 conclusions that Mr. Tyson went over previously. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion stands approved. Thank you, sir. I have had a request for a short break.
Mr.
We need to
Chairman,
finish this up first.
permit.
Yep. I now need another, trying to get you a break, madam, sorry about that. Now I need a motion to approve or deny the permit application.
Motion to approve permit amendment.
Have a motion to approve by Commissioner Combs. There's a second. Second by Commissioner Wells.
And before we vote, that motion includes the revised condition, correct?
It includes the revised condition, Mr. Combs?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Belfield?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion stands approved also. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being back in Nash County, sir.
Absolutely. You all have a good day.
All right, I have had a call for a short recess. We'll pause for about 10 minutes at this time. We'll be right back. Thank you. I'll call us back to order at this time. We have a lot of resources. Everybody's time is valuable, but we have a lot of resources for the county standing in the back of the room. Any commissioner object if I allow the sheriff to go ahead and take care of their particular items on the agenda? No objection whatsoever. Okay, I'm going to move then to item number 13. Item 13 to be presented by Sheriff Stone. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I apologize, I told you about 10:30 and didn't work out, so pleased to have you here.
Thank
For the
you, and I
reasons
know
you're
you
here
were having
particularly.
business. We're here for you. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
All right. Let me lay 'em up there.
You
The
want,
first one is Major David Brake. You will come up.
Sheriff, why don't you state what you're doing this morning for the people
All
in
right,
the
what I'm
audience?
going to do is call them all up here and then state it, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Okay. Second is Jeremy Worrell. Please come forward, and your families also. And Todd Wells. If y'all will come on up. What I've got is the order of the longleaf pine for these three gentlemen that have served Nash County for 30 years of service. This is a very distinguished certificate that comes from the governor, and I want to thank each one of you three for the service that you've provided Nash County. It's a very festive day, but you've got to look at the amount of wisdom that Nash County is losing. These gentlemen have worked nights, holidays, been in bad situations, seen a lot of bad things over this number of years, and no more than the things that we see today are continuing through the future. But the leadership that these three men have given Nash County, this is only a small appreciation. I want to thank you from the Sheriff's Office and myself for the amount of work and diligence you put forth for Nash County. So first, Major David Brake retired earlier in the year, and I want to give him this token of appreciation from all the Lord.
Get your wife over there with you. Please.
Next is Jeremy Worrell. On behalf of the governor.
Oh, hold on, there you go.
And last, Todd Wells, and it would only be fitting the day before Groundhog Day.
Groundhog Day, okay.
Thank you for your service. Again, guys, thank you for your service, and what a small appreciation for what you did for Nash County. Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner.
Sheriff, I did ask Miss Wells Friday if she was going to be here, and she told me she couldn't be because the bank was going to make her work, quote unquote.
Somebody get to finance my playground.
I understand.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Appreciate it very much, gentlemen.
Yeah, good. All right, step right here. And next, Chief Medina's got a,
Badge service.
Are we still on 13, or are we moving to 14?
14, sir.
14, okay.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners.
sir.
The agenda item is for awarding of badge and service weapon for retiring deputy. Stephen Todd Wells retired from the Sheriff's Office on January 31st, 2021, with a total of 28 years of honorable service to Nash County. In January 1993, Stephen Wells began his law enforcement career as a patrol officer with the Rocky Mount Police Department. In December 1994, Wells transitioned over to the Nash County Sheriff's Office as a patrol deputy. In 1996, Wells was promoted to sergeant within the patrol division. Wells served as a patrol sergeant until June of 2001. In June of 2001 through July of 2004, Wells served in a dual role capacity as a patrol sergeant and investigative sergeant. In June 2004 through September 2015, Wells was promoted to lieutenant and served in patrol investigations and narcotics. In September 2015, a rank restructure reclassification took place in the agency, and Wells' title was updated to captain. Wells served in a myriad of capacities from 2015 through his retirement. Wells assisted in major investigations and major incident scenes. Wells also served as Internal Affairs, Public Information Officer, and Court Liaison. As logistics, Wells was responsible for budget forecasting and purchasing, as well as managing the agency's fleet of vehicles. Wells also maintained a dialogue with the North Carolina State Viper and participated in purchasing and programming all 800 megahertz radios. Captain Todd Wells has earned his North Carolina Sheriff's Education and Training Standards Commission Intermediate and Advanced Certificate, as well as his North Carolina Sheriff and Education Training Standards Intermediate and Advanced Service Award. Wells belongs to the North Carolina Officers Administrative Program Association, the North Carolina Narcotics Association, and has served as a lieutenant and captain with the Red Oak Fire Department for well over 17 years. In accordance with North Carolina General Statute 20-187.2, the Nash County Sheriff's Office is requesting approval regarding the award of Captain Wells' badge and service weapon to him in honor of his 30 years of dedicated and honorable service to the citizens of Nash County.
Thank you, sir. Entertain a motion for approval at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Wells, second by Commissioner Outlaw and Commissioner Bellfield, and the rest of us as well, I'm sure. Any questions on that motion? All approved, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Stand approved, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, we didn't bring it today to give to him. Okay, great. Todd, thank you very much, sir. Look at Mr. Tyson. Oh, he's back there. Okay. Mr. Tyson, number 10 is next if you want to come on up. Next item on the agenda is item number 10, which is a public hearing on general rezoning request Z-210-102 to rezone 58.29 acres on Red Oak Brattleboro Road to RA20 medium density. I'll call on Mr. Tyson at this time to make his report, and Mr. Davis, this is the item that I think you wish to speak on. Go ahead, Mr. Tyson.
The subject property is outlined in red on your screen there. Aerial photo on the left, zoning map on the right. It's 58.29 acres. Is actually only a portion of a larger 74.79 acre tract of land owned by Claudette D. Regis, located on the south side of Red Oak Brattleboro Road. And as you can see from the zoning map in that light green color, it's currently zoned R30, single and two-family residential. Property is kind of nestled between the town of Red Oak to the west, up in this area in the gray, and the town of Dorches to the south, down here in this section of gray. And so they are gray because they're obviously not part of the county's planning and zoning jurisdiction. Actually, the southern 16.5 acres of the subject parcel falls within the arc of the town of Dorches municipal limits. And so that's why only a portion of the property is up for rezoning. The town of Dorches would have jurisdiction over what happens on the rear portion here. Property is immediately adjacent to Dean's Mobile Terrace subdivision. You'll see that surrounded in blue perimeter outline there on both maps. That was established in 1973. The subject site is undeveloped and currently used for agricultural cropland. It's in the Tar-Pamlico River Basin, but it's not in a regulated floodplain or designated watershed overlay district. If you notice on the aerial photo, there is a pond and a ditch on the eastern side of the property that could potentially be subject to a riparian buffer. That would need to be delineated before the subdivision, a subdivision plan was approved. The property owner has submitted this request to rezone the property from R30 to RA20. The request would have two substantial impacts. Number one, it would slightly increase the permitted residential density by reducing the lot area, minimum required lot area by 1/3 from the current 30,000 square feet per lot down to 20,000 square feet per lot. Also, the proposed RA20 zoning district would be more restrictive than the current. There are, again, 9 land uses that would be no longer permitted under the proposed zoning. They're slightly different than in the previous case. These 9 land uses would be double-wide manufactured homes, duplexes, rural family occupations, radio or communication towers over 60 foot in height, non-hazardous solid waste disposal collection sites, utility field offices, water treatment plants, horse shows, and turkey shoots. The main difference there being duplexes, which would no longer be allowed. The land development plan identifies all the area here that's in the county's jurisdiction as being suburban growth area. Of course, the plan does not include areas that are inside town jurisdictions, which is why there's kind of a gap area here for the 2 town jurisdictions. The land development plan supports the rezoning of property within this suburban growth area when public water service is available to either RA30 for 30,000 square foot lots or RA20 for 20,000 square foot lots at the board's discretion. The property has access to Nash County Public Water Service via existing 4-inch water lines installed along Pine Street and Dogwood Drive. That would be the internal roads that go up to the property from the Dean's Terrace, Mobile Terrace subdivision down here. And then also there's an existing 6-inch water line installed along Red Oak Brattleboro Road to the west that is within a reasonable distance that it could be extended to the subject property. And finally, permitting higher density residential development will help to accommodate the projected residential growth in the area. The request would not be considered spot zoning because the property already is and will continue to be zoned for residential use. The approval of the request would permit smaller minimum lot areas and increased residential density, but the new zoning district is more restrictive in terms of land uses. The proposed 20,000 square foot minimum lot area is consistent with the already existing approximately 20,000 square foot lots that are immediately to the west in the Dean's Mobile Terrace subdivision. So if you look at the 2 streets that come out of that property, Pine Street and Dogwood Drive, there are already approximately 20,000 square foot lots subdivided in that subdivision immediately adjacent to the property, and that same 20,000 square foot density is what the applicant is requesting. It's a large property, so it would not be a small isolated area of distinct zoning. It does have public water service access and is consistent with the land use plan as we discussed. The Technical Review Committee considered this request on January 5, recommended approval. Planning Board considered the request on January 19th. Mr. Eddie Lewis of 4870 Dogwood Drive submitted comments to the board in opposition to permitting additional development on the subject property. Mr. Bill Davis of 5762 Red Oak Brattleboro Road, which would be directly to the north across the street from this property, addressed the board in opposition to the request, citing concerns regarding flooding issues, the protection of the endangered spiny mussel species, and adequate sewage disposal. And Mr. Clint Henry of 5784 Red Oak Brattleboro Road addressed the board in opposition to the request, citing concerns regarding the loss of farmland and the increase in residential density. With a split vote of 7-1, the planning board recommended consistency statement A for approval, and then approval of the rezoning request itself to the requested RA20 zoning district. This will be a first motion with a consistency statement, and then a second motion to actually approve or deny the zoning map. And again, if the consistency statement is for denial, I would encourage us to have some discussion to make sure that we adopt language that reflects the actual reason that it might be denied. And if it's for approval, that language is already before you in the staff report. And that's all I have. I'll be glad to take questions prior to the public hearing.
Questions of Mr. Tyson from a board member? Mr. Tyson, just been a general rezoning. We did not get a site layout on this one either.
Correct.
So we don't know how many lots are proposed for Red Oak Brattleboro Road at this time.
I can tell you that there is a subdivision plan that's been submitted that would be reviewed by the planning board later this month. But because it's not tied to this, we wouldn't be able to hold the applicant to that specific plan. But there is one in the pipeline for review.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah,
Mr. Belfield?
I was looking on here, the opposition, Mr. Davis, is concerned about flooding. What streams or anything of that nature that's located real close to that or near?
The only water feature that's actually on the property is a pond here with a ditch. I think Mr. Davis is going to address you during the public hearing, and maybe he could expand on what his concerns were. I can tell you the property's not in a floodplain as recognized by the state or federal government.
Other questions or comments? Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Entertain a motion to go into public hearing at this time.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Commissioner Wells, second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a public hearing. If there's anyone here that wishes to speak for or against this rezoning request, we'd be glad to hear from you at this time. If you would come up and state your name and address for the record. Mr. Davis, come forward, sir. This is the gentleman that passed out some notes to you a little earlier in the process today. Still good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. First off, I'm surprised that the gentleman did not present the site map to you because it was shown to us at the last meeting, which is congestion of houses with a couple of streets in there. Houses just bump right up against each other. Is there any particular, may I ask, is there any particular reason why that was not presented?
It was not presented because it's not strictly a part of this, but I'll be glad to share it.
Well, Mr. Tyson, if it's not a part of it, I don't know that we really need to bring it into the public hearing process. It may confuse me and some of the other board members if it's not part of this. Okay. Well, let's just let it be submitted
Yes, sir.
when it should be, Mr. Davis. That's okay. Of course,
Yes, sir.
You make your comments on if you've seen it, we hadn't seen it.
Yes, sir. And the second thing is, it's surprising that the gentleman stated that it's not in the floodplain according to the state, because every time we have a hurricane, the pond, the ditch that runs behind the pond runs over to Joe Ellen Road, and the residents have to call the state out to try to do something with the road because of the overflow of water onto the road. So every time we have a major hurricane, that road is usually closed because of flooding.
Do you want the map back up there, Mr. Davis? You keep looking there at it. Could we put that map back on there, please? Thank you. Or the right one, yeah.
There we go.
There you go.
But you'll notice down in the bottom right-hand corner where the creek is, or where the pond is, that pond runs back toward the Dorches and runs all the way over to Joe Ellen Road. And all that area over there is flooded during hurricane seasons. I've lived there for 47 years, and in the 47 years I've been there, it's been pretty much the same way all the time. I pray that you forgive me. I'm not a public speaker, so I'm not as smooth and use big words that some of the other gentlemen here have used, but
We
I've kind of
understand.
slotted down a few things here to try to keep myself in line, and I know I'll go off line several times. But to start off, the gentleman mentioned about the half-acre lots over in the trailer park next to your side of the area that's portrayed in red, it's a trailer park. They're half-acre lots that would usually purchase to add to the acreages that they already had to make it bigger and not houses actually put on it. But those were trailers, and the area that he's talking about making half-acre lots, they're talking about putting duplexes on. World of difference between a duplex and a trailer. Another thing is that the area is already zoned for a R30, even though it's farmland, no houses on it. It's been rated for R30 for residential. And to go from R30, which is, I think, 1/10 short of an acre, down to half acres, is basically taking it and cutting it in half, putting duplexes on areas that most people put houses on in those areas. The reason that is a concern is that residential complexes like that is things that you look for inside the city. People, for whatever reason, don't want to mow yards or don't want to have a lot of property to take care of, but have a halfway decent house to stay in. You'll find those in the city where you have water, sewage, and the hustle bustle of the city. We live in the county, and the reason we live in the county is because we like to have a little extra room to move around. You don't want houses on top of each other where you lean out the window and shake hands with your neighbor. You got a little room to exercise. You have the ability to have animals such as horses, sheep, chickens, things like that, if you want to, which you cannot have in the small residential area that tight. You have the opportunity to grow a garden if you wish, whereas in the areas that small located out in the county, you can't. You can't do those things. That's the purpose of moving to the county. You have outbuildings, storage, shops, hobbies that you like to do where you like to get out and stretch out a little bit without infringing on anybody. The definition of county life, not the definition of city life, which you put houses that close together, that's what you're doing. You're putting a small city in the county, affecting all the people in the area. You're basically not in a concrete jungle. I brought up about the sewage. In this area, they can get water from the county, but they cannot get any sewage from the county. And I think the first motion y'all had up here, you were talking about developing in areas where you don't have sewage that's in such a small area. And this is exactly what you're doing here. By changing it to RA20, you're putting houses right on top of each other, but no place for sewage. So therefore, they've got to put septic tanks in. And how you going to put in septic tanks in such a small area with duplex houses is going to be kind of crowding things a little bit. And with that many houses of 58 acres, and on the site that of the housing that was showed to us last time, they were talking about putting, I think it was 87 houses in that small area. And so the septic tanks are going to be right on top of each other, and those are shallow, they're not deep, so the sewage is drooped short, and then it's got the drain. And you got that many people in that such small area, you're going to have some leakage that's going on, and that leakage is going to go to the ponds. It's going downhill, basically. It's going to the ponds, it's going across the road where I live, because I live across the street. But the area that you're talking about is a knoll across the street, which at the center of the area is the top of the knoll, and it starts sliding down on either side. And on the side, if you notice where 5762 is, there's a small lot beside, which I purchased separate from my lot. But that is the beginning of a creek that goes back around to the Stony Creek system. When it rains hard, the water collects in there because it's in the slope little area again, and you can see where the water begins to develop, and it takes quite a few hours before that rain disappears, the water disappears, because we're working down into the creeks. That's the reason I put that. And then, of course, the water getting into those tributaries, I mentioned about the spiny mussel. I know that's a state thing, but still is something that should be taken in consideration because spiny mussel is on the endangered species list. They were trying to build some houses back behind us on the opposite side of that road, behind our house, about, I think it was about 9 years ago, maybe a little bit longer. They were trying to do some development back in there, but the spiny mussel kept that from being a done deal because of drainage into the drainage system, the creeks and such. Again, you know, and that little area where he's talking at is, like he said, it's bumped up next to Dorcas on one side, on the other side it's bumped up next to Red Oak. So not only is changing those dynamics going to affect those who live in Dorcas and in Red Oak, as well as the people in the county. So, you know, a lot of people are going to be involved in that. I don't think so much about traffic, but Red Oak Battleboro Road is the main corridor between Red Oak and Dorcas. And a lot of people, Red Oak has built up quite a bit. There's a lot of houses in there, and those people go to work in the Rocky Mount or Battleboro area. I'm from the old school when Battleboro was still a town, and that's why our address is Battleboro, which is now Rocky Mount. Even though we don't live in the town area, it's just our mailing address is the town area. There's a lot of traffic on that road coming out of Red Oak, and then you've got the other road that goes into Dorcas, which is Halifax Road, runs Gold Rock to Dorcas. A lot of people use that road because of one going to Smith Red and White, but also going into Rocky Mount on the western side of the city. Another thing that's not mentioned in this thing, which may or may not, I don't know, but directly behind the proposed area, which is the town of Dorcas, is a hog parlor that's just been put up. And that is to be provided produce for Smith Red and White. Bob Brown owns that property in the hog parlor, and he's made in contract with Red and White to sell those to Smith. And I don't know if y'all know how much Smith goes through pork products, and extremely popular. And with a hog parlor, the people that's going to buy this little area in such a small area, you know, are they aware of that situation? Because, you know, nobody likes to live close to a hog parlor. And, you know, is that going to contribute to the existing drainage in the area to adding 87 more houses to that area? There's a lot of, to me, it seems like there's a lot of reasons not to have it. It's rated R30, which is, what, 1/3 bigger than the R20. And it's rated for residential. If they want to build houses in there and space those houses out a little bit, well and fine. Everybody has that right. That's what the county is for. It's not for congested areas to cram a lot of houses together just so you can make a little more money. You let it stay at R30. Don't change it to R20. You know, let the people in the surrounding area, as well as the people who buy there, have a little bit of space. And it's the owner of the property, Jones, the farm right behind us, 200 and something acres still, and she uses this property for agriculture. Bob Brown farmed it last year, and, you know, she wants to sell it, well and fine, that's her right, that's her God-given right. She should have that. And it's been rated to R30. That's her good God-given right to sell that to residential. But you put a house on 9/10 of an acre, and people have the area to do what they wish to do, and the reason they moved to the county. If they wanted such a small area, they would move to the city where they have all the amenities of the city, and let them go to the city and do that. And I'm asking, excuse my expression or my feelings, you know, because I'm kind of passionate on this thing. For God's sakes, please don't change it from R30 to R20, you know, just so they can sell a few more lots in such a small area. You know, I guess I'm being compassionate and asking, let it stay at R30. Don't change it, please.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Megan, do we have anyone else wishing to speak for or against this rezoning request? Good morning, Mr. Hendry. How are you, sir?
Mr. Davis, Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity. I'll be very brief. I live adjacent to Mr. Davis, and he's touched on, not this Mr. Davis, but the one that just spoke. He's touched on most everything that I think you could encompass there, but I'd just like to bring to your attention, having lived out there for 40-plus years, we have very sandy soil, and there are a lot of shallow wells. No one's fault or problem, that's just what it is. We have good water until it rains about an inch. Once we have an inch of rain, the water becomes very cloudy. Now, I filter my water for safety purposes, and it works quite well. But there are people that are adjacent to all of this property right here on that very sandy soil that have shallow wells. Now, I know that there is water provided in Dean's Mobile Terrace, but the other places are on wells, some deep, some shallow. When you have that cloudy water, that tells me that this sandy soil is filtering quickly from the surface. Septic tanks are near the surface, even though they're several feet underground. And I fear that a lot of the septic water could filter into these wells. Leave it at R30, sell a few less properties, keep it less dense, and perhaps a little safer for the sewer aspect of it. Traffic conditions on the road will obviously increase. I'm not opposed to development and improvement in the properties, but I think that if we make it too dense, that we would create difficulties for the residents that have been there for many years. Thank you.
Mr. Henry, would you give your actual address for the clerk, please?
Yes, 5784 Red Oak Brattleboro Road.
Thank you, sir. Good to see you again. Anyone else speaking for or against this?
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. I'm Kevin Varnell with Stocks Engineering, and I'll be here representing the owner today. And I just have a few quick things to kind of discuss with you guys. One, our request is to rezone the property to R20, which is, like we said before, is very similar to the trailer mobile home park that is right beside it. And we are not proposing duplexes on this piece of property. It will be single family. We feel like, based on the soil, there's more than enough area to support the septic systems that are there. The multiple connections to the property through the mobile home park and an additional connection out to Red Oak Brattleboro Road will provide 3 locations for us to connect the water system, and we'll be able to loop that system to provide better water quality to the residents in Dean's Mobile Home Terrace. And again, the multiple connections will be a good thing as well for EMS to be able to serve the properties and to serve those homes there. So again, the stormwater side, we have heard the concerns, and obviously Nash County has a pretty hefty stormwater policy in place currently, and we will meet or exceed those requirements for Nash County to retain the stormwater on site. And then the other concern was for the endangered species, and right now we are not aware of any of those on the property. We will have those looked at. We will have to meet NCDEQ requirements for any development for the property. So all of those concerns will be taken into account when it's the proper time. And I'll be happy to answer any questions that you guys have.
Any questions of Mr. Varnell, the engineer for the project? Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, guys.
Other speakers for or against this item? Seeing no one, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wells. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. The public hearing is now closed. Mr. Tyson? I just have one quick question. Are duplex allowed in this zone?
Duplexes are currently allowed, but would not be allowed under the proposed zoning. They're one of the 9 uses that would be eliminated.
That's what I thought. I just want to make sure I wasn't confused. Other questions of Mr. Tyson? Mr. Outlaw?
On the road frontage, if the developer so chose to do it, could he or she just put homes on the road frontage and not develop the interior? Is that a possibility?
It is a possibility under the current proposal. And the number of lots they would get would be determined first by the amount of road frontage, and then secondly by the NCDOT's allowance for driveway permits. So there is a possibility that somebody could have their general rezoning adopted and then choose to subdivide lots off the road, the existing road.
So that would give some credence to a conditional use.
Well, I guess what I'm thinking is, even if you had a conditional use permit, if that subdivision layout included lots along Red Oak Brattleboro Road, they could choose not to build out the entire plan. But you would have a layout for the entire proposed subdivision if it was a conditional use request.
I guess what I'm trying to get straight in my mind is what makes this any different from the one we addressed earlier, which was an R20.
Yeah, it's very similar. It's in the same land development plan area. It's the same rezoning district they're asking for. The only difference between this one and the previous one is that it's not quite as big a leap from R30 to R20 as it was in the previous one from 40 to 20. So it's a more incremental change, a smaller change in the proposed density. But it's very similar in other respects to the previous one.
And I'm just looking consistency where consistency is appropriate.
Mr. Arrington, you have a question, sir? Comment?
Even though you say there's consistency with the Dean Mobile Terrace Park, which was 1973, we're talking about 48 years ago, and Allison needs to remain the same in scale. And that is it should remain ordinary because does not have. So once you bring that in, I'm not just trying to that solution would be a close option at that time. Also with the water supply that's behind the property. That's my recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Other comment, Ms. Leggett?
If you go about 2 miles to the west of this property, there's some other neighborhoods that have recently been built out, not within the last 2 years, but you've got Shepherd's Way and Ashley Woods, and it appears those are at least R30 or R40 size lots. Is that correct?
I'm not that familiar with those neighborhoods. I'd have to look
Okay.
into that.
That would be correct, Ms. Leggett.
Thank you.
Other comments?
Well, it doesn't say on here, unless I'm overlooking it. Are we going from, you're recommending going from R40 to R20 or R30 to R20?
planning board recommended from 30 to RA 20.
It's currently R30, Mr. Belfield.
Right, it's already 30.
Yeah. That was the planning board recommendation to go to R20.
Okay.
Other comments? Just from my own standpoint, the point Mr. Outlaw brought out, I think is a valid point. I just, because of DOT's new regs, I just feel like I would be much better prepared as one commissioner to make decisions on these rezoning requests if we had a site plan submitted with it, which requires it to be a conditional use rezoning. That way, we will know what is proposed for the road, and we could express our concerns on the SR road at that time if we knew what was going on, rather than us approving it as a general rezoning and having no idea of the layout. So I do appreciate Mr. Outlaw's concern there, and I just think in my own mind, that's what I hope we can start getting in the future so we can work with DOT and our developers. And I don't think it's any question that I am certainly pro-development for the county, but knowing what it looks like would sure help me make a more informed decision, I think. But with that said, we have a two-part process again. We need a consistency statement, and then we would need to approve or deny the request. So what is the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I move for adoption of consistency statement B for denial of the request, and would recommend that the developer come back with a request that has a conditional use permit to give us a site plan.
Okay, I have a motion. Mr. Tyson, does that motion need to be tweaked any, in your opinion, or is that sufficient?
Would you feel comfortable acknowledging in your motion, Mr. Outlaw, that the request is consistent with the recommendations of the land use plan and wouldn't be spot zoning, but in order to determine whether it's reasonable and in the public interest, you're recommending that the applicant resubmit it as a conditional use along with a proposed site plan?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, I have a motion with the reasons as stated by Mr. Tyson, agreed upon by the motion maker. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
I have two seconds at the same time. Commissioner Belfield, Commissioner Arrington. Any questions?
Question.
Yes, sir.
Is the motion don't address where you want a conditional use plan submitted and a plot plan showing 20s or 30s, or are you going?
It does not. It's identical to the previous motion we made, which leaves that up to the applicant. It could be 20, it could be 30.
In this case, if it were 30, they wouldn't need to bring the rezoning because it's already 30,000. So
correct.
There's less ambiguity in this one.
That's correct. Other questions? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Consistency statement B is adopted. Is there a motion to deny the rezoning request as submitted as general?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. Thank you, Mr. Tyson. Mr. Stocks, you got the question you'll get with staff, I guess. Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Stocks, Mr. Varnell, excuse me, with Stocks. We are now on item number 11, which is another general rezoning request, Z210-103, to rezone 47.5 acres on Old Smithville Road to RA20. Mr. Tyson.
This request is very similar to the last one and also even more similar to the previous one this morning. The subject property is approximately 47.05 acre tract of land. You can see that it is outlined in red on the aerial photo and the zoning map. It's been purchased by Ned B. Coleman and EMA Land Development LLC. It's located on the north side of Old Smithfield Road across from Skeet Road. It's currently zoned R40, single-family residential zoning. And you can see that darker green color is the dominant zoning for the area currently. Site's undeveloped, used for agricultural cropland, partially wooded. Subject property is in the Neuse River Basin. And again, like the first one we considered this morning, it's in the WS3BW Watershed Protection Overlay District, meaning that for water quality purposes, regardless of the zoning, state regulations would prohibit any lots being subdivided smaller than 20,000 square feet. Property is not located in a regulated floodplain. The Beaver Dam Creek does cross the property around its midpoint, around in here. And of course, in order to cross that, there would be buffer requirements and state permitted crossings involved. The rezoning request is to rezone the property from R40, single-family residential, to RA20. That would, of course, increase the residential density by cutting the minimum lot size in half from 40,000 square feet to 20,000. And there would be 9 land uses that are currently permitted for development that would no longer be permitted. That's a survey showing the boundary of the subject property. That's the permitted use table excerpt showing the 9 land uses that are currently permitted would no longer be permitted. The most notable, of course, are double-wide manufactured homes that are permitted now and would not be permitted under the new zoning. The recent or relatively recent zoning actions in the area, one thing I'll point out is that there's been a long-standing R20 zoning district established for Perry's Mobile Home Park down here toward the bottom of the map. That was likely adopted around the mid to late 90s when the county went to countywide zoning. And then on November the 5th, 2018, the Board of Commissioners rezoned about 5.5 acres right here at the intersection of Friday Road and Old Smithfield Road to R20 CU. And that was developed with 10 residential lots developed at the 20,000 square foot density, which is what this proposal is asking for on the property over here to the west. The land use plan designates this entire area as suburban growth area, and so of course, rezoning is recommended to either 30,000 or 20,000 at the board's discretion as long as the property has access to public water. There's a 4-inch existing public water line along Old Smithfield Road that the property could easily connect to, and permitting higher density residential development helps accommodate the projected residential growth for the area. In terms of spot zoning, this request would not be considered unreasonable spot zoning because the property is and will continue to be zoned for residential use. It will permit smaller minimum lot sizes and increased residential density, but it's more restrictive in terms of permitted land uses. It's a large property, so it does not create a small isolated area of distinct zoning. It has access to existing public water and is consistent with the land use plan. The TRC reviewed this on January 5th, recommended approval of rezoning the property to either 30,000 or 20,000 square foot densities at the board's discretion. The planning board considered this request on January 19th. Mrs. Barbara T. Seamster and Mr. Michael H. Seamster, the owners of the immediately adjacent property to the east or to the right as you look at this map, submitted comments to the board in support of approving the request for RA20. And Ms. Sharon Eatman, the owner of the immediately adjacent property to the west or the left as you look at this map, addressed the board in opposition to the request, citing concerns related to water retention from the Beaver Dam Creek, the timbering of the property, and potential trash accumulation. The planning board voted unanimously to recommend approval of consistency statement A, finding the request to be reasonable, in the public interest, consistent with the land use plan, and not unreasonable spot zoning. However, they also voted to recommend the RA30 single-family residential zoning district, which is less dense than the RA20 requested by the applicant. There are going to be two motions, like always, a consistency statement and a motion to approve or deny. You'll notice on this one, because of the leeway provided to the board in the land use plan on the second motion, you have the option to approving the rezoning at RA20 that's requested by the applicant, approving rezoning to the RA30 that was recommended by the planning board, or you could simply deny the request, leaving the property zone for now at R40 single family. I believe Mr. Varnell is going to represent this request as well, and Mr. Coleman and Mr. Cozart representing EMA Land Development are here with us. And before we get to the public hearing, I'll be glad to take any questions on the staff report.
Questions from commissioners of Mr. Tyson at this time? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Tyson. Could you elaborate any more? I'm puzzled at the move by the planning board to go to.
I would characterize that decision as a little bit abruptly made with not a lot of discussion. The person who made the motion did not elaborate on the choice to pursue the less dense RA30, and the board supported it without asking a lot of clarifying questions. And I'm afraid that's about as well as I can characterize that.
Okay. Must have been getting late. Thank you, sir. Entertain a motion to go into public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Combs. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wells. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a public hearing to consider this additional zoning request. And at this time, if there's anyone wishes to speak for or against item number 11, we'd be glad to hear from you. If you could state your name and address for the record.
I'm Sharon Eatman. My address is 10654 Pace Road in Bailey. We do own the property to the left of this, and the Beaver Dam Creek is a major concern for us. We don't want it disturbed. I feel like if you go and you put the dense housing especially, that's going to cause major damage. And I understand that they say they're going to have engineers there and they'll put tile there, but they've got to cut timber. They would have to put the tile, and then disturbing the whole thing is just a matter of presenting problems down the road. This creek, the Beaver Dam Creek, it runs down. We have hired a man to come out of Raleigh in years past to get the beavers under control, to keep it from backing up and causing additional issues. Then we have had a major problem as people that own land realize people going and dumping trash. I've had to have the sheriff's department to come out and help me deal with the trash, and then we clean it up. If you put that kind of housing there and that wooded area, that's exactly what's going to happen. Those people are going to be dumping trash. Look at your highways. That's a perfect example. They're going to be dumping the trash there in our woods, and I can only see major problems, especially if you go with the 20. The 30, I would love 40, but even if you do the 30, would be much better than the 20. It's, and I know they did receive the letter for the people on the right-hand side, but these are people that live out of state. They're not here. They don't care about the land like we do, that we live here. And the houses that have been rezoned down on Friday Road and Smithfield Road, each one of those houses, their driveway opens to a main road, Smithfield Road or Friday Road. That's a big difference. I just ask that you really consider that and put a lot of thought in it and the damage that it could do to us as property owners and what we're going to have to put up with in years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Other speakers for or against? Mr. Varnell?
Chairman, Commissioners, thank you again. Again, my name's Kevin Varnell with Stocks Engineering. The original request is for R20 zoning, and this property is a little bit unique just because of the width of the property. So it's very challenging trying to get any development with the way the width of the property is set up. There's no proposal to have any lots fronting the main road out front. So essentially, there'll be one road that goes in with lots on both sides, and that's really all that we can get. And why the request for the R20 zoning was requested was there's a large portion, as the adjacent property owner said, in the middle that we will not be able to use. And so right now, the goal is to try to get as many lots as we can on the front side, and obviously that section through the creek and through the swamp will not be developed. So that's the reason for the rezoning request, the R20 request, and what makes this one a little bit different from the previous ones you've seen. I'll be happy to answer any more questions you have.
How about the apparent good land on the, I guess, the north side, if that map is oriented north of the creek area?
It's certainly better land to that side. The soils are better on the other side of the creek. Right now, there has been a lot of discussion on whether the cost to even try to cross the creek is worth the few lots that you would get to the other side. It may be incorporated into the properties on the other side at a future date. Right now, it's just a very difficult task to get across the creek to get to the good soils on the other side.
Okay, thank you, sir. Questions of Mr. Varnell from board members? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Anyone else wish to speak on this rezoning matter? Seeing no one rise, I entertain a motion to close the public hearing at this time.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. All right, board members have any more questions of Mr. Tyson prior to calling for a motion?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
just the same comment for consistency. Why would we not have a conditional use to give a site plan?
I think there's a lot of merit to that question.
For that reason, I would be opposed to it and ask that it come back with that site plan.
Mr. Tyson, I guess we could rezone this and you could put, appears like maybe 7 or 8 lots along the front and no more development take place if they could get driveway permits. Is that correct?
Do you know what the width of the lot is along Old
Well,
Smithfield?
approximately.
500 feet?
Okay.
So yes, it technically could be rezoned, or even currently under the current zoning, somebody could, if they could secure driveway permits, could do road front lots for each 100-foot section of road frontage along Old Smithfield.
Okay. Other questions, comments? Entertain a motion at this time for a consistency statement A or consistency statement B.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I make a motion for consistency statement B, that we deny this being consistent today. That we ask for them to come back with a conditional use permit, requesting and showing a site plan.
Okay.
And would you stipulate that the request is consistent with the land use plan and wouldn't be spot zoning, but the reason you're turning it down is the request, the site plan to go along with it?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, you have a motion for consistency statement B with the reasoning as stated. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of that motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
before you have a final vote, would you clarify what you're left with?
Yes, sir. What we did on that consistency statement, which we have one more vote to take, is that instead of doing a general rezoning, which could be mapped out any way you wanted to as long as you fit the zoning, we are denying that request for an R30 or an R20. In this case, it came to us from the planning board for a 30. We could do a 20 today, but what we're asking for is a conditional use rezoning to be refiled, and with that conditional use to have with it a site layout so the board can see what the layout of the lots are. And I'm just reading what I'm hearing this morning, but it appears like the board is very interested in seeing the layout on each given piece of property and the number of road front lots we have on SR roads. Sir, my public hearing is closed, and you're probably going to say you don't have any proposed, but, excuse me, being polite, what do you need to say?
Since these are so similar to the previous ones,
Yes,
and
sir.
the previous ones, you both seem to indicate you like a layout. Planning board was provided a layout in the meeting, I think. It does exist. It exists at this meeting.
Sure.
So in the purpose of, if you wanted that presented, would you then have an option of granting R30 today or R20 today, rather than we having to come back at a later date with something for any approval less than 40,000? Am I correct in that statement?
Actually, sir, due to the way it was presented to us as a general rezoning, you could show the site plan, but it would have no merit on the decision we would make here today, simply because it's not a conditional use, and we would have no way to hold you to that site plan or anyone else that you may sell it to or any other property in the county. We were just trying to be consistent in what we are doing.
I just need a clarification. Now I wanted to make it does exist today if you want.
And I'm going to ask Mr. Tyson, did I state correctly?
You did. We could certainly present it, but because it's not technically a part of this request, we would not have a way to hold anyone accountable to it. And it can't, a general rezoning can't just become a conditional use rezoning. Under the state law, it has to be initiated that way, and that's why it needs to restart if that's the direction the board wants to go in.
You can vote for R30 today.
Correct.
We can vote for R20, we can vote for R30, or we can vote to leave it like it is. We have all those options. But my motion that I'm dealing with at the present time, which is a motion and has a second, is that we would deny the consistency statement A, and we approve consistency statement B, and therefore we're kind of bound now to deny the rezoning request.
The big thing there'd be in a site plan that we don't have.
If you adopted a different statement, could we be approved potentially for R30 today as it said?
I think what I'm reading from the board, sir.
It leaves it like it is.
And what I'm hearing and what my motion I got to dispose of, which I've disposed of one motion, I don't have any choice at this point in time but to deny the rezoning request, but that takes a vote of the board. All right, we've heard all of that, and we have approved the first motion. Madam Clerk, is that where I am? I've approved the consistency statement B.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'd entertain a motion at this time to deny the rezoning request.
So moved.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Outlaw, second by Commissioner Combs. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? And sir,
Mr. Chairman.
Let me make one statement, Mr. Belfield, then I'll call on you. I want to make sure the applicant understands that what you need to do, of course, is get with staff. He can explain it better than I can, but what we are looking for, the board, is a site layout, and you have the option to pick which zone you want, whether it be 20, whether it be 30, whether to leave it like 40. You have all of those options as long as you provide the site layout with the conditional zoning.
Just one clarification from us to applicant. We would today be happy with R30, but since you're denied, we have to go back and start all over. there was a layout, there is a layout existing, we have been glad to present it. I understand the technicality of what comes first. The difficulty in the day, and the reason I stood up and spoke, it would appear that we're going to have no zoning change from R40 potentially, where we would have been okay with R30 as opposed to R20. But it looks like we'll have to go back and wait through more.
I think you've got all the options of the zone is still available to you.
But not at this meeting.
Not at this meeting, that is correct, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask Mr. Tyson a question.
Sure.
All this zoning that we dealt with today, basically, they got to come back with a plan. Are they charged a fee to come back?
Yes. They could have chosen to present that type of rezoning from the beginning with a site plan, but they chose to do a general rezoning. The board's determined that you'd be more comfortable with the conditional use, so there will be a fee for them to, for all three of these to reapply as a conditional use.
Did they know that?
Did they know they had the option?
I mean, about the fee. Did they know they're coming back?
Mr. Belfield.
They chose to do it the way it was presented to us. But did they know if we didn't approve it coming back there to do what the board has asked with the plan?
I don't know that I can speak to what they knew, but it is our standard fee schedule and our standard practices.
Well, we need to let zoning requests, we need to let them know if it's denied, whether you come back and it's going to be an additional fee. They need to know all that.
Right. I think that the board has made a change of direction today that will probably echo in future residential rezonings, that you are looking for site plans, and conditional use rezonings may have a higher chance of success than a general rezoning for a residential rezoning.
Mr. Tyson, I think part of the reason the board is where they are was caused by the recent change with DOT. And what we don't want to see is a developer spend a tremendous amount of money on engineered plans all the way up to the point getting through this board, and then have the DOT to not approve because they are just going to limit driveways moving forward, SR roads. That's just all it is to it. We're trying to help our developers make that decision as early as possible so we don't run them up into a corner and they have to deal with the fact that they're not going to get driveways like they thought they were going to get them. That's not fair either. We can help guide that correctly if we see a layout up front, and DOT at that point can then say what the driveways they're going to be because they're on our TRC committee.
Well, I want to recommend this. Since they didn't know about having to pay a fee to come back, that we ought to waive the fee, especially for the time, the zoning that we've dealt with today.
Mr. Belfield, how are you presenting that? I certainly would have I don't think we should do that, but you're one commissioner, I get one vote like you do. I just think it's a bad precedent to set when somebody has to come back a second time to not have our standard fee involved in it because we're trying to.
We are asking them to come back.
Well, no, we're not really asking them to come back. They have a choice.
Yes, we are. We're asking them to come back with a plan.
We are asking them to come back with a plan.
And they've already been to us telling us what they want to do with the zoning.
The only thing I can do, if you want to insist on it, is have a vote of the board, but I would highly recommend.
I would say so.
I would highly recommend us not do that.
How much fees are we talking about?
$245.
Sir, I really need to hold this to the board discussion, if you don't mind. Is any other commissioner have any interest in start waiving fees on second submittals other than Mr. Belfield?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I have no interest in waiving fees. My issue today is, I believe, what we've seen with this board is a sea change in our perspective on rezoning matters and the desire to have a site plan. So I think understanding that going forward, if that's something that the planning board could relay to people when they ask for rezoning and they choose not to come with the site plan, then they choose what they choose. But I just think there's some opportunity to, because of what has happened with the viewpoint of this board.
And certainly we will deal with this in the rewrite of our land development code in another matter. Mr. Belfort didn't get any other interest in that. Are you okay if I move on?
Well, you did suggest voting on it.
Okay. All in favor of waiving development fees on second rezoning request, please say aye.
I just think, again, to clarify that, that's not just waiving fees going forward. That's because this is a very unique situation we've got today. Understanding that, then I would be supportive of Mr. Bellfield's motion.
Okay.
And that's what I'm talking about. The ones that came before us today, and we're sending them back to bring back a development plan.
I just think the planning board needs to be very clear going forward so there's no misunderstanding.
Well, you got to understand, gentlemen, until we change that land development code, we can keep getting these month after month. It won't just be this time, more than likely. He's going to present the case. He can tell them what he feels like. Excuse me, Mr. Belfield. He can present the case and he can tell them what he feels like the board's going to do, but he never knows what this board's going to do.
But for me, if Mr. Tyson stood before us and expressed that he had shared those views from the planning board, then in lieu of the UDO being updated to land development plan, which it will be, then for me, that would certainly tell me what I needed to do.
Before I go any further, I need some direction if I can legally waive fees, Mr. Durham.
The planning director doesn't think so, and I have serious questions about it as well.
I don't think so either.
There you go.
Sir, I try to be,
I'm not 100%
run my meeting
sure.
straight, but I'm gonna allow you to talk one more time, because we love every citizen in Nash County, believe me.
As the applicant, we're not too concerned at all about the fee.
Okay.
One point I would like to make today, because I think it is very relevant, not only to my case, but your general conversation.
Sure.
Today's meeting, we were asking for R20. We would have been okay with R30. But I was not, in your way of doing things, I was not allowed to suggest that we put up the site plan, which we had. The difficulty, sir, and I appreciate your comment about the fees, but it's not fees, it's time. We'll have to start all over and come back to the board because we won't have a zoning change today, which, with the comments of the people in opposition, the people for, we would accept the R30 today if that would be our choice. However, I understand proceeding-wise, we've kind of gotten past that, so I didn't know if there was an option to go that route. In other words, if you vote today for 40, we'll have to go and come back. But we would have been okay with R30, which you had the power to do. We wanted to make sure you understand that as the applicant, that's the way we look at it. And I apologize for getting up at the wrong time. However, I agree with what the gentleman was saying. You're kind of discussing 2 or 3 different projects, and this one being different. And there is a layout that accompanied with it we would have included if you like.
Sure.
Can we make a special presentation to the planning board?
Mr. Tyson, the time frame involved in the resubmittal, will it be back on our March agenda?
Well,
if submitted properly?
I would need to discuss it with the attorney, and there's a potential for 2 of these to be back in March if we don't have an issue overlooking submittal deadlines, simply because they already have subdivision plans that could easily serve as the site plan in the pipeline for review.
I've been to the Court of Appeals once, and we're not going to change any submittal
Deadlines. Then in that case, it would not make it to the March agenda.
So we're talking about April.
Or we have a second meeting in March.
No.
we don't have a second meeting in March, but the board can always call a second meeting if that helps
We
anything.
could schedule one, but we don't have a second meeting until May.
We have the budget retreat.
If we change the submittal deadline, anybody who opposes rezoning has got an automatic right to go to the Court of Appeals and win the case.
So what I've heard now, I'm just trying to guide a meeting, is the attorney thinks we cannot waive fees. Was that a true statement?
It's actually a part of your budget amendment, and you
Right.
can't amend that without a public hearing and
Okay.
going through that step. So I don't think you can change the waiver
Okay,
fee.
all right, so I think that one's off the table if it's okay with everybody.
Well, it's something I learned today, and with that understood, yeah, I would accept that.
Right. Now, as far as the other items, where we are, we just don't have any latitude. The only thing we could do, if the board so chooses, we could have a second meeting to deal with these three in March if we want to, and keep the deadlines that are set. Adam, can you roll in your head and say about what days that would be?
Well, my concern is that although the board might choose to have a second meeting, we have one monthly deadline
For the planning board?
for the planning board.
Right.
And we're already past it
Okay.
for the February
Well,
agenda.
we can't do that either then. Okay, I understand the point. Okay, so please get it back in if you so choose to, or of course, you always got the option of developing each one of them as they're currently zoned. Okay, with that said, we will move on. That was item number 11. We'll move to item number 12, which is a subdivision waiver request for the property of Minnie Burt Ayers.
And thankfully, your last planning item on your agenda today. Subject property is outlined in red. It's a 4.467 acre tract of land. It's owned by Alvia Harris Tharp, among others, located on the east side of South NC Highway 581 in the A1 zoning district between the town of Spring Hope, which would be to the north of this map, and the Tar River, which would be to the south of the map. There are currently 3 existing homes on the subject property. There's a single-family stick-built dwelling at 3911, a double-wide manufactured home at 3897, and a single-wide manufactured home at 3917. These homes are all served by a single shared well and individual private on-site septic systems. There's an existing 20-foot wide access easement. You can see the path right here that comes off of the main road and provides access to this kind of L-shaped lot that's landlocked behind it. So there's already an existing driveway on this access easement, and all 3 of the homes on this property, as well as the 2 homes back here, use that as their point of entrance. Subject property is in the Tar-Pamlico River Basin. It's not in a floodplain or a designated watershed protection overlay district. The back property line is defined by a stream that would be subject to a buffer requirement. James G. Strickland Land Surveying has submitted a major subdivision plat that looks like that for the subject property. And essentially, this is some family heir property that they would like to break into 3 new subdivision lots, one for each existing home, with each new lot having frontage along South NC Highway 581. The Unified Development Ordinance does identify Highway 581 as one of our roads with over 1,000 vehicles per day. It has about 2,200. And so there would be limitations on lot widths and shared and driveways along that heavily traveled road. All 3 of these lots include sufficient width to satisfy the standard 100-foot requirement, but none of them are wide enough to meet the additional requirement for lots located along a high-traffic road. Luckily for the applicant, lots 1 and 3 had homes on them prior to the enactment of those rules, and so the ordinance exempts lots 1 and 3 from those extra frontage requirements, but lot 2 does not. So essentially, the developer or the property owner has requested a waiver from this board to allow lots 2 and 3 to share a single driveway. And this is simply formalizing an agreement that is already in place. It's already an access easement. It's already used by lots 2 and 3. But because they're breaking it into 3 different pieces, this will make it more formal that those 2 lots have to continue to use that shared driveway. And then the pink lines you see here are non-access easements, meaning that would prevent additional driveways. So in order to get this 3-lot subdivision and divide the property among the family as desired, lots 2 and 3 are going to be required to continue sharing the same access easement that they already share. The property owner could not be here with us this morning, so I volunteered to answer any questions that you might have. The TRC and the planning board have reviewed it and recommended approval based on the determination that it will present equal or better performance in relation to what is already there. This is a one-motion process to approve or deny the waiver. There's no public hearing requirement. So I'll be glad to take any questions that you might have.
Questions of Mr. Tyson on this matter? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion at this time. Yes, ma'am. Okay, have a motion by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tyson. We have done 13 and 14. We'll move to a public hearing on the new elementary school finance and option, item number 15. Ms. Wood, are you participating in this, or I just call Mr. Cole to the podium? Okay. Megan, have you already done this, or did I miss it or not? Mr. Lamb, do you want to introduce Mr. Cole?
Sure. Chairman, members of the board, Davenport, and specifically Mr. Cole, Ted Cole, with Davenport, has been the county's financial advisor for some time, and at least since I've been here. And at this time, he's going to present us with the results of the bids, bank bids that we've received, and make a recommendation and to ask the board to execute certain resolutions.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Ted Cole with Davenport. As the county manager said, we want to present to you all the results of a bank RFP that we did for funding for a new elementary school project in Red Oak. I've got a memo. I believe you all have it on your screens. If anybody needs a hard copy, let me know. The project is estimated at $20 million, and Nash County has received a $10 million grant from a needs-based grant program from the North Carolina Department of Education or Instruction. So what we are looking at is financing $10 million to complete the estimated $20 million project cost. So $10 million from grants, $10 million from a borrowing. We did an RFP. We sent it out to a number of banks, and I'm on page 1. We've got proposals from 6 different banks. Not all of these are necessarily household names, but we know all of these banks. We deal with them pretty regularly. And I'm going to go through the results of that RFP, and as the manager said, walk you through our recommendation. On page 2, you'll see a summary of the interest rates that were proposed by the banks. We did ask for 2 options. One was a 15-year payback, and one was a 20-year payback. You can see on the 15-year option 1, the 2 lowest bids were identical, a 1.65%. That's fixed for the entire 15 years. It's a tax-exempt rate, and that came from Raymond James Capital Funding and Southern Bank. They both bid that 165 rate. There are some other differences in their proposals that we'll talk about. On the 20-year option, Southern Bank was a 1.99 rate fixed for the 20 years. The next best bid was Sterling Bank at a 2.14. And again, Southern, I know, is a known entity to you all in this region, but these other banks we deal with, or lenders we deal with pretty regularly. We are going to focus on the 15-year proposals from Raymond James and Southern, and on the 20-year proposals from Southern and Sterling Bank, just to give you some perspective between the options. A couple of things I want to cover starting on page 3, some of their other terms and conditions. So prepayment language, whether this is a 15 or a 20-year loan, you know, when, if, under what circumstances will you all be able to prepay the loan, either with cash or refund it in the future for savings is an important consideration. You'll note there Raymond James has something that we call a make-whole call for the first 10 years. That essentially takes any incentive off the table, or rather not incentive, but any ability off the table to refund that loan for savings, because the bank or the lender would be made whole on the interest they would have received through the 2031 date. So it's really sort of a non-callable loan for the first 10 years. And then it can be prepaid in whole or in part at par, which means no penalty at any date after that. Southern, complete flexibility, prepayable in whole or in part, no penalty, beginning immediately. So there's no lockout period, there's no make whole concept. It's a very straightforward concept. And then finally, Sterling can be prepaid after year 4 with a 1% penalty, after year 8 at par. So that's a little bit about the prepayment, an important part of this decision in our minds. And then bank closing costs. Many banks will have their own attorneys representing them, and they often will charge or pass that along to the borrower. Raymond James does have a fee of $7,500 for that purpose, but they also set up their loans, and this is not unique to this RFP or Nash County. They set up their loans with something called an original issue discount, which in essence is another level of fees, and that in their proposal would be about another $25,000. So the rate with Southern Bank is right on top of, between Raymond James and Southern Bank are identical, but you'll see in a moment when we look at the comparison, some of these fees make the comparison different. Southern, a flat $7,500 for their counsel. Sterling did not have any fees. So what we do on page 4 is we just set these up side by side. The common theme through all of these is that we are assuming a $10 million amount that the county gets at closing. So we close this loan, you get the $10 million, you have the $10 million in the grant money, and you're ready to proceed with the project. We've assumed across the board that these loans close in the middle of March. I'll talk about the timetable here in a moment, but middle of the March is what we're targeting. And we've got their rates built in accordance with their proposals. We also have their various fees built in accordance with their proposals. So when you look under columns B and C, you'll see the 15-year terms. Raymond James under column B, and Southern Bank 15-year under C. You can see what the annual payments are. Payments start next fiscal year 22, nothing in the current fiscal year. And the way the LGC likes to structure the debt, the first year payment is the highest, and then it steps down year over year. That's pretty typical North Carolina governmental finance structure. So over the life of the loan from Raymond James, $11.449 million, that's principal plus interest. Southern Bank is $11.42, so it's about a $27,000, $28,000 difference. And again, the rates are exactly the same, but Raymond James's proposal has that extra underwriter original issue discount, which accounts for the difference in the total payback. So between those two, Southern Bank 15-year is, across the board, the best option. Best rate, least amount of fees, and the most prepayment flexibility available. We also looked at 20-year terms, just in case that was a consideration. Southern Bank under column D, Sterling Bank under column E. You'll see that Southern Bank at the 199 rate is about $145,000 better than Sterling. So either way, 15 or 20 years, Southern Bank had the best interest rate, the lowest debt service over the life of the loan, and the greatest amount of prepayment flexibility. So sort of tipping my hand to our recommendation on page 5, which is to proceed with Southern Bank. We have had discussions with your county staff, your county attorney, and your bond counsel, and we're all on the same page with this recommendation. Looking at the term of the debt, looking at the county's other debt obligations, we've landed on the 15-year proposal at a 165 rather than the 20-year. So that's our recommendation. Before I talk about the next steps, let me stop and just see if there are any questions on the comparison or the proposals themselves.
Any board member have a question thus far?
These are fixed rates?
Fixed rates for the entire term, yes.
You want to borrow some of that money, Ms. Logue? I think we're good, Mr. Cole.
Okay. In terms of next steps, today, y'all will hold a public hearing, and then you'll consider the adoption of what we call a findings resolution. That's the first of 2 approvals for you all as the county board. If that goes, if you approve that resolution, then staff is planning to submit their application to the Local Government Commission in Raleigh this week. The application is pretty well completed. We've had a call with the Local Government Commission staff preliminarily, and they feel like everything is in order. We understand that the project bids are due to you all on February 23rd, was the latest date we had. So that is when you will know the cost of the project. I will tell you, we'll want to, and have already talked to the architects, we'll want them to be able to turn around the certified bid tabs of the project bids pretty quickly, because the Local Government Commission likes to get those. They like to see those to make sure you're borrowing the right amount of money, and they get a little antsy when you get sort of closer to their LGC meeting. But it should work fine. And as I said, we've already been in touch with Oakley Collier about that. So project bids on the 23rd. And then if that all comes in according to plan, the next action for you all would be at your March 1st meeting, which would be the second of the 2 approvals. That would essentially allow you to approve the documents and all the particulars of the financing that are drafted between your attorneys and Southern Bank. So it's just a 2-step process for you all. That same evening, the school board, I believe, is scheduled to meet to make sure that everything is in order on the conveyance of the property, the collateral. The loan that y'all will be doing will be secured by the school property and the school, and in order for that to happen, need to make sure that that property is in the name of the county, I believe, Vince, and that will take place on March 1st. So if all of that happens, the local approvals would be done. The Local Government Commission would consider this for approval the next day, which is March 2nd. As I said, we've already talked to them. We feel like everything is on the right path with them. And then we'd be in a position to close no later than March 19th. That was what was specified in the bank proposal. We could certainly close a little bit earlier than that if the documents are done, but that will be our deadline, and we shouldn't have any problem hitting that deadline. So that's the timetable. We'll keep an eye on the project bids and the turning around of those certified bid tabs. There's a couple of permits that Oakley Colliers is chasing down. One of the primary one, I think, is the Department of Insurance. That's a big permit that the LGC likes to see is in hand, and we're working with Oakley Colliers to make sure that's on track. And that's kind of how the process will unfold. So I'll stop there.
Okay. Any questions of Mr. Cole thus far? Thank you, Mr. Cole.
Okay.
If there's no other questions, I'd entertain a motion to go into public hearing on this matter.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Legg. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by like sign? Motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in a public hearing to hear from anyone that's here today to wish to speak on the county's borrowing of the money to build the new elementary school. And I understand I may have said middle school in my speech today. I apologize for that, if I did, but it certainly is an elementary school. So if there's anyone here that wishes to speak for or against this, we'd be glad to hear from you at this time. Seeing no one, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
I got a motion by Commissioner Cone, second by Commissioner Wells. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries as well. We are now open for any discussion from the board on this matter. Any more discussion or anything we need to approve?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I just want to state my position again.
Yes, sir.
That this plan for this new elementary school.
Yes, sir.
Is just replacing the old Red Oak Elementary School, and I cannot support any funding for it.
Okay, understood, Mr. Bellfield. You have been consistent on that. Any other comments or questions? Ms. Leggett?
I'd just like to comment that I'm pleased to see that one of our local lenders submitted such a good bid that we can be using a local lender.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate that. Anything else? I'll just say for the record, most people know my affiliation with Southern Bank and been on their board of directors local. I have had it determined before by our attorney that that does not affect me from voting on this matter. Nothing has changed in that regard, Mr. Durham, so therefore I will be voting on it. Correct. With that said, I'd call for a motion to approve the request.
So moved.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I move that the county select 15-year proposal provided by Southern Bank.
All right, I have a, that's okay, Ms. Leggett? I take you as Ms. Wells,
Ms.
okay.
Wells.
I have a motion.
I would defer that same motion to Ms. Wells. Excuse me.
Ms. Wells is gonna be all right with the
That's
second, I
fine.
think, don't you?
I'm just trying to get over with. I'm fine.
Okay, you're fine. Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Outlaw as stated, a second by Commissioner Wells. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign?
No?
Are you approving the resolution that's in the package? I didn't know if that was
Do we need
included
to
in the
read
motion
the
or not.
resolution?
Well, my instructions say to approve or deny the request. Yes, do you need it stated a little clearer? I'll be glad to
Well,
do
that
that.
resolution needs to be approved today, yes.
Is that the only action I'm taking, or is it,
That includes the action approving Southern Bank.
and the resolution? Commissioner Outlaw?
It had some other information in it as well.
Okay. Commissioner Outlaw, did your motion include the resolution itself?
I would revise the motion to include the resolution, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And the second, Ms. Wells, you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to take another vote just to be clear. We have a revised motion that includes the resolution included in the packet. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign?
No?
Motion stands approved on a 6-1 vote. Everybody, thank you, Mr. Cole. Thank you for being here again. And
Thank you.
we're not going to charge you for the lesson we gave you this morning in local government.
Thank you. I enjoyed it very much.
Sir. Everybody okay, keep moving? You all right, Ms. Leggett? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, item 16 is a community block grant ordinance related to coronavirus, and I'll call on Donna Wood to make this presentation at this time.
Great. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have the Community Development Block Grant for Coronavirus Project Ordinance to present. Nash County has been awarded $900,000 grant funding from the North Carolina Department of Commerce Rural Economic Development Division provided under the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, or better known as the CARES Act. These funds will be used to serve low to moderate income households to provide emergency rent, mortgage and utility assistance up to 6 months, Wi-Fi zones for low to moderate income residents, and install hand washing stations in public facilities.
Any questions on this?
I know,
Mr. Belfield?
I know it says what, for COVID, community block grant, is this for the COVID-19 virus?
Yes, sir. It is.
And how are we gonna use it?
Well, she just outlined it. Do you want her to go back through it again? We can certainly do that. Why don't you go over it again, Ms. Wood?
No.
The funding is for low income, and we'll have another agency that will help us with the distribution of the funds. I believe Ms. McGee has put out an RFP for proposals to have someone help us with this.
I got it.
Any other questions? Entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
Moved by Commissioner Belfield. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Next item is item 18, which is Ms. Wood as well, budget amendments.
So this is a project ordinance amendment for the special revenue grant fund for the coronavirus, for COVID-19 grant funding. This amendment includes additional funding of $44,493 for the Health Department from the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services through funding from the Federal CARES Act. These funds will be used to support activities associated with planning and implementation of the COVID-19 vaccination clinics, including vaccine storage and handling, point of dispensing locations, and infection control supplies.
Any questions on this item? Seeing none, entertain a motion for approval. Moved by Commissioner Leggett. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Combs. Questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries as well. Item 19, board appointments.
I have budget amendments, if that's okay.
Oh, you got some more, I'm sorry, sure. Please go ahead.
Okay, I have the following budget amendments for consideration by the board for fiscal year 2021. The first item is with our county capital. This budget amendments to budget funding for the acquisition of land for use by Nash County for the purpose of relocating the county animal shelter. The estimated purchase price, including closing costs, is $910,000. Funding for the property includes a donation of $400,000 and fund balance appropriation of $510,000. The next item I have is with the Health Department. This budget amendments to budget additional state funding to provide patient navigation services to assist eligible women with breast or cervical cancer diagnosis that is less than 90 days old and applying for Medicaid. It's $500. No additional county funds are required. Next two items are also with the Health Department. This budget amendment, the first of those two, is a budget amendment for additional state funding to purchase supplies for the contracted clinical service provider to address maternal mortality and severe maternal morbidity. The funding increase results from the availability of federal fiscal year 19 funds. It's $10,000. No additional county funds are required. The next item is an amendment for additional state funding to enhance and adapt influenza activities and to implement innovative local solutions to achieve increased vaccination coverage during the COVID-19 pandemic. Emphasis will be on improving flu coverage in individuals with known vaccination coverage disparities and those who are at higher risk from complications from flu and COVID-19 disease. It's $23,051. No additional county funds are required. And the last item is with the Sheriff's Office. This budget amendment is to budget the remaining available grant funds of Nash County's portion of a joint grant application with the City of Rocky Mount for the 2019 Justice Assistant Grant Funds for technology improvements in the Sheriff's Office. It's $125. no additional county funds are required. Sure, sure.
This is an informational thing. If you can go ahead and carry the motion.
No.
It's related, but it's just for informational purposes.
Okay.
What I was getting ready to tell her.
Okay.
What we're getting ready.
You want to go ahead then? Ms.
Sure. During part of our fiscal year 2021 budget, a capital improvement budget, the commissioners budgeted $125,000 for the land development plan. As you are well aware, the county manager approved to use some of those funds this year, $42,000 of those funds, for an ag center air conditioning unit. And instead of budgeting additional money for the budget, we'd like to use $40,000 of those funds set aside to work on a parking area for the grading and graveling of a parking area for the county for additional parking spaces. And the reason that we're requesting it this way is we don't intend to have funding or follow to complete the land development plan this year, spend $125,000. So instead of budgeting the additional funds this year, to use those funds set aside. So, and the reason that we certainly want to make you aware of it, but it's $40,000. But when I talked to the planning director, he indicated that the timeline, that was an estimate, the $125,000 that he had set aside, and that there's no way that this year, even if we get started on it, that we'd be using those funds. So it would come back to the commissioners probably for the fiscal year 22 capital improvement plan to probably budget additional funds for land development.
Mr. Chairman, if it does come up, we can always do a budget amendment and restore those funds for the land development plan. But it was felt by the finance office that we could just use this pot of money and it doesn't require board approval?
Well, the county manager, since it was still part of county capital, it was just a reuse, it was a different use of the funds that the commissioners had approved for county capital. It's just a notification.
All right, you confused me a little bit. Do you consider consultant fees capital fees?
We did in the CIP.
Okay.
And so we had set aside that money to use for the CIP plan.
I think for myself and probably the rest of the board, I mean, we're okay where we're at, but I would prefer when we allot something for that to leave it alone, even if it rolls into next year, and just bring a request to us to approve something else. I'm gonna get confused down the road if I took consultant fees to replace the air conditioning and build a parking lot. I'm just gonna have trouble keeping up with all of that. Could you generally do it that way later? I'm okay today. I mean,
Sure.
I just think it would be clearer to the board if we leave money where we approved it, even if you have to roll it out and roll it into next year.
Sure.
And I know we're always fighting, trying to stay within our budget, but just a general comment. I am somewhat disappointed that we don't think we'll spend that money this year, because if we could just emphasize, as we saw today, the dire need for that rewrite and look at the whole development, land development code. It seems like we've been talking about this a right good while. I know it's not been a good year, but if we could really put some emphasis on getting that done, getting your consultant selected, I think we have a dire need to get that done, because it was somewhat caused the cumbersome public hearings that we had today. I mean, I think we can clear those kind of things up moving forward, and we are growing and going to continue to grow. So I just want to put a lot of emphasis on the need to get that done.
Absolutely.
Is that okay with the board members?
Yes.
Okay.
And one more comment, there still is $43,000 left available to, start the project, start a land development plan. But again, when the planning director requested those funds, it was an estimate. He wasn't sure what it would
I
cost.
fully understand that. Most time, just the way you still want to do it?
It's the way that was recommended to me. And I'll accept the recommendation of.
Okay. Would just said, I think in the future, if we would keep pots of money where the board approved it in the budget and ask for more money if you need more money.
Sure. And if it's the pleasure of the board, I can certainly request a fund balance appropriation for the $40,000 if it would make it cleaner and clearer. I mean, it's an option right now.
Have we got an expenditure we've already done that we need to take care of? Or
No, we have not.
we don't?
No.
The reason this is time of the essence is it's the contractor for the Elm Street project
Right.
is already going to be set up, and they'll be able to do this work for us at that time.
I don't want to slow anything else down. Just if the board's okay, we'll take it as you presented it to us with the guidance as expressed moving forward.
Absolutely.
So when I take a vote, am I voting on anything concerning that, or is that just for information, as I understand?
That is for information if the board is okay with allowing the transfer.
Unless the board would prefer, we can take a
I understand.
verbal motion to appropriate another 40,000 and not take it out of this and incorporate that in these budgets.
It's not my intent to be difficult. Is everybody okay with what is proposed, which is that was for informational purposes only, and we're going to use that pot of money this time? We all okay with that? Seems like we're good with that. Just move forward like you're going.
Okay.
All right, back to the budget amendments. We had 5 total. Entertain a motion for approval if you have no other questions.
So moved.
I have a motion to approve the 5 requests. Is there a second to that motion?
So,
Second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on the motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign. Motion carries. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
if we could remove the board appointments, we don't have anything prepared for board appointments today.
I don't have anything on TDA, and the only other one is the hospital, which you're referring to. We're still waiting on information from the hospital on. Okay, thank you. That said, we'll move to item number 20, which is monthly tax reports. Sumner, we're not going to charge you anything for your education today either.
All right, good afternoon. At this time, I'd like to present the monthly tax report. As you know, this report is designed to keep the board current on the activities in the tax collector's office. The report is for your information only and does not require approval. However, it is recommended that you accept the report so that it'll be noted in the minutes. And if there are any questions, I'll be glad to
Any
answer.
questions on the tax report? Not duly noted that you presented it today, ma'am.
Thank
We
you.
include that in the minutes. Item 21, tax refunds.
Yes, sir, I do have one tax refund request that I need approval so that we can disperse the funds.
Questions on that, if I could. Have we had one of these requested in the past that you know of?
Yes, sir.
We have
We
had some?
have,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Just is, I know this gentleman and know what he does. Is this request on personal property or is it on
It's
real
on
property?
real estate, real estate.
Okay. And it's my understanding, and I may be wrong, that this gentleman doesn't own that real estate, but does he own that real estate? I'm sure
It
you
is
do.
in the name of Michael and Steve Deloach. The real property.
Okay, different than I thought.
Yes, sir.
All right, entertain a motion for approval of the request.
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Outlaw, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wells. Any questions on that motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries. Ms. Sumner, if you would just tell us what that was about, I think the board would be interested in knowing what we're doing there to help the
Yes,
downtown
sir,
Rocky Mountain
I'll be
development.
glad to. This was a refund request as part of the Downtown Incentive Grant Program that City of Rocky Mount has. And it's for businesses that rehab locations, and they get a portion of their taxes back from that program.
Right. And Rocky Mountain does the same thing, we just committed
Rocky
to
Mount
do
does
it
the same.
whenever they did it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just don't remember one, maybe I didn't look at them good before.
Yes, sir. We
Glad to
have,
see us
we
doing
have a
that.
couple of them.
Had a couple of them,
Mhm.
okay, great.
Yes, sir.
All right.
And
report on unpaid taxes and tax liens advertising.
Yes, sir, that's my last item, agenda item. General Statute 105 requires that the tax collector in February of each year report to the governing body the total amounts of unpaid taxes for the current fiscal year that are liens on real property. And in accordance with that statute, the total amount of unpaid taxes for 2020 as of January 31, 2021 is $1,839,727.01. This figure does not include any interest, and a list of these unpaid taxes is on file in the tax collector's office. The second portion of this report is that it also requires that the governing body order the tax collector to advertise these tax liens. An advertisement must be made at least one time between March 1 and June 30th. So I have two actions that I need approval for. Number one is approve the report of the tax collector on unpaid 2020 taxes that are liens on property. And the second is I need an order of the board for me to advertise the 2020 taxes that are liens on real property.
Okay, I entertain a motion to grant the first approval that Ms. Sumner asked for, and we can restate it if you need to, Ms. Sumner, if you would.
Yes, sir, to approve the report of the tax collector on the amount of the unpaid 2020 taxes.
Okay, is there a motion to that effect?
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Bellfield, second. Second by Commissioner Leggett. Questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Uh-huh.
Any opposed by a like sign? And the second motion we need to take, if you would restate again, please.
Yes, sir, and the second motion I need is an order the tax collector to advertise the 2020 taxes that are liens on real property at least once in the newspaper between March 1 and June 30th.
Entertain a motion that states. So moved. Moved by Commissioner Combs. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wells and Commissioner Bellfield. Any questions on the motion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign? Motion carries also. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir.
Appreciate your hard work, and that looks like a high number, but when you see the other number, it's really a very low number.
Yes, sir, we're
Thank you,
happy to
ma'am.
get to that number. Thank you.
Got it. All right, we're now on commissioner reports. Anything commissioner wants to bring to the board at this time?
We all got a letter, request for vaccination for the COVID-19 from a gentleman for people residing with him, 198 and 196. Have you responded to that?
I just got it Friday, I think, Friday. I have not responded, but I did send it to all the commissioners.
Okay.
I can respond any way you.
Yeah,
wish
I
me
got a
to.
copy in the mail directly from the gentleman.
Mr.
So
Hill.
now I was just wondering.
Mr. Hill's behind you
He's already talked to that gentleman. I don't know.
if you want to call on him.
Yeah. The man that asked for special appropriation to home deliver vaccine shots.
And he did actually receive a shot at one of, not sure which clinic he went to, but he's talking about, I believe, his 98-year-old mother and 96 or so year old aunt who both live with him and providing in-home shots to those two in the Middlesex Bay area. I would like to say that we had the staff to go to homes, but I think the appropriate procedure would be to probably utilize home health agencies and home care groups to get into the homes and shots. There will be more providers as we move along. They're already adding, in other words, Forrest Willis will become a provider most likely with their patients, and Family Medical will, and different groups will, and I hope our home health agencies will be able to provide it in home. As you know, we are currently having these large clinics in different locations in Nash County, and we haven't been able to individualize it to go to homes at this point in time, but we'll certainly
Also, there are funds available for transportation for COVID. So we can use,
Yeah.
Yeah, did we get a part of that 2.5 million? Did we get that 2.5 million that came to the state for transportation?
I'm not sure if we did.
we can check into that, but,
I believe Tar River Transit received it.
yeah, that's right. Tar River Transit received it, so we can,
He made a comment to me that they'd have to come on ambulance because they're bedridden
Mr. Hill,
in these two cases.
I think
did you
he
think
mentioned
we
that
get
in the letter. I think
Huh?
he did.
Do you think Bill has communicated?
Yeah, Bill talked to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe his letter that I received was saying that maybe EMS
Would have to do it.
to,
Yeah.
you know, if you can't come to the home, EMS can maybe pick them up. He was saying that riding in a car would be kind of difficult for them.
Right.
Mr. Hill, have you communicated with this gentleman? I have. You have, okay. I think that's the main thing.
I've talked with him.
Okay. So you're working on it with him somehow?
I am, it might be that EMS, when they're out that side of the ferry, could take a couple shots. I don't know how you pick and choose.
I think we need to leave it in your hands just as long as we communicate with them. I'll leave that what the board did to the end.
That's all.
Okay. Thank you. Any other commissioner? Do you have anything else, Mr. Belfield?
That's it.
Mr. Outlaw?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Without objection from the board and due to complaints that I'm sure many, if not all of us, have received regarding service and pricing issues with Suddenlink, I would request this board consider allowing the manager to initiate a letter to Suddenlink, to the Attorney General's office, asking them to look into these concerns.
So your request is to have the manager send a letter on behalf of the board? Or
Yes, sir.
looking into it?
It would be on the chairman's signature on behalf of the board.
Okay. Any objection to that? Sure, myself get a lot of complaints about it, like apparently a lot of people do. No objection, Mr. Lamb. You can take care of that.
We'll get that done.
Other comments from board members? Mr. Aaron?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say, as a new commissioner, your report about the county is very uplifting, and I've been going through my orientation for the last few weeks. I'm meeting with Mr. Lamb and Stacy and the rest of the leadership team. We have about 18 department heads, and 2 of them are elected officials, the sheriff and the register deeds. I would like to say that when I rate them on values and 5 criteria, one's of integrity. They all seem to have integrity and a connection to Nash County. On caring, they all seem to care about the constituents that they are representing and about their jobs. They all seem to have excellence, and they all seem to have teamwork. They work together. And there's the 5th criteria, which is diversity and inclusion. That's, I think, is not quite being met. And that is, as you know, out of the 18 positions, we only have 2 minorities that are head of departments. We like to think of this as a family, and as a family, we want all the members to be at the table at a representative, equitable population. Last time I checked that the racial population of Nash County is comprised about 49.9% whites and 39.2% minorities, and about 7% Hispanic. So we know that if we are representing if the minority population is going to be represented, we need to have more department heads being headed by, in our leadership team, either as leaders or deputies, so that that voice at our family table can be heard, because everybody bring an experience to the table, and we want that experience to be bought. And it's almost like taxation without representation. So we need to concentrate as commissioners and as county manager, I believe, on trying to diversify our leadership staff so that we can have all those voices heard and equitable representation. And I guess as a commissioner, I represent a minority district, even though I represent all of my constituents. This is one area that I guess I will not be able to accept. We can't find a qualified minority to fill positions when they become vacant, or as they have been here for many years, to move up in the ranks. That having been said, I still respect and think of Nash County as a good place to work, and I hope that we can improve on that fifth criteria, which is diversity and inclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Arrington. Any other comments? Mr. Arrington, your points are well taken. It is a item that we understand we need to continue working on, and I know the manager has worked on it quite a bit. I did a study that I will provide you a copy of in June of 19 that I happen to have with me, but I'll give you a copy of this for all of our employees. I think you would enjoy reading along that same line because it had been brought to my attention previously, but I'll get a copy of this and give it to you before you leave today. But your point is well taken, and I do know there is a commitment on the manager's part to continue to improve on that. We did lose one supervisor last year, and that did bring us from 3 back down to 2. So, but I think the control of that particular one was a part state position, and I believe we kind of got out of our hands how it was filled somewhat. But with that said, other comments from commissioners? Ms. Leggett?
I've just got a brief comment that the folks in my district are still pretty antsy about getting internet and about seeing the CloudWise project move forward. Not all of them are necessarily covered in this next phase, so they are anxious to see it move even further.
Understand. Throughout the county, they are very anxious. Other comments? I'll be very brief. I did get a report from Mr. Tyson this morning. I wonder if he comes to work that early that I got that thing. But anyway, our housing starts last for January. New permits issued were a total of 40 new homes. And in my report, I do include manufactured homes as well as stick-built homes. But 40 in January, quite frankly, it's amazing to me. And out of those 40, about 31 of them came from tract builders from somewhere else other than our area, just to reiterate the fact of what we're dealing with in the county and how important, Mr. Lamb, the land development code is to get in our hands, because I think this thing is just going to continue to grow. And in closing, I just continually want to thank the staff. It was a real morale builder for me to go out, Stacy, and spend a little time with y'all. And I don't think, on behalf of the commissioners, I think it just showed me how important it was for us to do everything that we can for our employees the last 3 budget cycles. We were able to get a total of a 13% increase for all of our employees, and I just can't help but think that kept the morale up, and to do extra duties, you have to have employees that have a high morale. So again, thank everyone here, and Mr. Hill, I want to thank you for everything you've done. I'm glad we don't pay you by the hour. That's all I'm going to say. Appreciate that. With that said, Mr. Manager, I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Lamb, for your report today.
Yes. Thank you. First of all, I want everyone to know we just got our December sales tax information. We will receive 1.56 million for the first 6 months of the year. That totals 9.2 million of a budget of about 16 million. So at the current pace, we would be about 2.5 million over what we budgeted, or about 15%. So sales tax, despite the COVID-19, continues to come in very strongly. I think we can all attribute this to the Wayfair remote sales tax case that came out a few years ago. I believe I sent the commissioners an article on that. But that's a new decision that said when you mail order stuff from other states, that they must collect sales tax. And without that, I can't imagine what we would have done this year. So the Department of Revenue, I was talking to the secretary, and he said that the Chamber of Commerce didn't like them doing it as quick as they did it, but it made the state and the local governments, just in 1 year, not delaying it for a year, over $1 billion for the state and local governments by implementing it just as quick as they could. So I'm glad they did, given COVID-19. I believe our sales tax numbers would be much less.
Do we have a breakout of what comes in that way versus the other way? I mean, I know you don't have it today, but
yeah,
do we break it out that way?
I'm not sure we can get that. But we can ask.
Just wondering.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, that would be an interesting breakout. I can't help but to believe it's a large part of our increase and our not having a decrease. So far, you saw from the tax administrator's report that we have 1.83 million outstanding for this year's levy of about 50 million, right at 50 million levy. That does not include December through June tax and tag, which will be plus or minus 3.5 million. So we're less than 2 million, which is ahead of last year, of 53.5 million that we will end up. So again, the tax office is doing an excellent job. Again, with the sales tax and our tax collections, I believe it really made a difference during COVID-19, and it appears to be continuing month to month. So we talked about the gravel parking lot. We talked about the elementary school. The last thing I want to, the last thing I want to say is that the Health Department in the last 3 weeks distributed 900 doses of the Pfizer vaccine to people 75 and older. Actually, it's more than that. It's over 1,000. But just in that one first and second dose clinic, they did for 75-year and older people over 1,000 doses. And with the help of Emergency Management, the Sheriff's Office, Rocky Mount Police, Senior Services, Recreation, Stacy, a lot of people, and I just want them all to know that any way you figure it up statistically, given the number of people that have died, 140 in our county, and the age of those people, that by vaccinating 1,000 people, they have saved lives. The health department and those people working to put shots in people's arms have saved lives. We can't tell you which life they saved, but we, as the county and particularly the health department, have made a difference. You always want to make a difference, and they have definitely made a difference, and they continue to distribute every single dose they have. I know throughout the country and throughout the state, there have been supply and demand inequities. We're not getting enough supply to meet the demand, not us, not anybody in the state. We have 1,300 people on our waiting list. And we at first, we're going to get 200 first doses this week, and thanks to a lot of lobbying by various people from Raleigh to here, we ended up with 500 this week, and the hospital also got 400. We do not yet have a portal in place, but IT is working on it. But distributing vaccine is a partnership between the health department and the hospital does have a portal where you can go online and make an appointment to get a shot. So I just want the public to know that it's not just the health department. With our backlog, I want them to know that there are other avenues out there. People have called and said, I keep seeing on social media, people are going to other counties. Believe me, we have people from other counties coming to us also, and by law, we cannot discriminate against someone based on residency. So if somebody from Halifax County or Wilson County comes over here, we do provide them with a shot. Again, I want to urge people to get on our waiting list. I want them to I urge them to go online with the hospital's portal. I believe they're getting 400 first doses this week, and next week and the week after. We're getting 500 this week, and we're only guaranteed 200 next week and 200 the following week. We hope to get more, but again, we've got a real demand with limited supply, and so I just want the public to know that there are more than one avenue. There is more than one avenue to get a shot. As Mr. Hill just mentioned, Boyce Willis will be providing shots in the very near future. Other providers will also be able to provide these shots, and we don't want to do anything except get shots in people's arms to save lives. Right now, anybody over 65 years old, anybody that's a frontline medical worker or EMT are eligible for a shot. At some point, I think we've all read and articles and that we need, I think 16 states have already moved it down to classroom teachers. We're not there yet in North Carolina, but I believe you're going to see that extended to classroom teachers very soon. And that's something we've got to do if we're going to reopen our schools. And I think that was one of the issues when the board voted 5-6 to keep our school system closed was the vaccination of teachers. You might have read some counties have had clinics for teachers, and they have been admonished because it has not been, we have not gotten permission to do that, but I do believe we will get permission very soon, and I know the health department is eager to assist the school system in that area. And I just want to again thank the health department for their work. They have saved lives, and all the people that are helping them. The National Guard, I don't know if I mentioned them, they were there on Friday and Saturday. The medics were actually administering shots. So we are doing everything we can to get the supply that we get into the arms of our citizens. And I just want to thank the commissioners for y'all's support of the health department. And they really have saved lives. I don't think I can stress that enough, that when you have 900 or 1,000 75-year and olders getting 2 shots, then but for those shots, we would have had death among those people. So thanks again to the health department. And that's all I have, Mr.
Thank you, sir.
Chairman.
All right, anything else from a commissioner?
Yes.
Mr. Arrington?
Right. When you go on the website, the health department website, you can't make an appointment.
Not yet.
And that's why one of the frustration with people is that when they go to the website, you know, they really would like to say, you have a waiting list, you're 75 and up, and you didn't get your shot. They would like to be able to either click on a number they could call to be on the waiting list. And also, if you're like in the 65 group, you're either a different number that you call or log online to be part of that waiting list. But as they go on the website now, it's just information, and they're frustrated that they can't get an appointment because it seemed to not be a direct direction.
Well, there should only be one waiting list now, and that's 65 and over. I'm not sure. You can't differentiate between 65 and older and 75 and older according to the state. I agree with you 100%, and we are working and hope by the end of the week to have a portal on our website where you can make appointments.
Well,
but we have not gotten that done yet, and we are working on it.
According to the state, they say that you can make prioritized appointments, either, like I said, by that age group or marginalized community. So you can specify 75 and up. And I mean, and then you also got 65 and up. I'm saying there are 2 different groups. And
is that on the website?
They had a conference last, I think it was Friday, and the health director was saying that, the state health director, that you can't prioritize appointments.
Okay, well, I would defer to Mr. Hill on that.
I really think, and I know you're contradictory anymore, but I really think above 65, now whether you can try to target or show preference to those that are 80 years old, 90 years old, but it is one waiting list now with the combined 65 and older, I believe. It was lower, it was 75 and older, but now it's those over 65. Again, I think we have to be very careful. When you say over 65, it means over 65, but if those are first come, first served and happen to be in the elderly group, it certainly is better to get those ones first if you can. But they are lumped together. Yeah,
and we are very aware of the particularly Mr. Hill has been in conversation with people. I've been in conversations with people about trying to get information to marginalized communities. And we are certainly doing that. I know the hospital is attempting to do that. So we are very aware of that, and we are putting our resources forward to try to reach those people.
Yeah. But anyway, check on that to see if you can prioritize appointments, especially those that are 75 and up that missed their first round. And now that you have the 65 that's getting in front of them. And, 'cause a lot of them were hesitant about taking it, but just check on that and see if can do that.
We'll do that.
Other comments? Mr. Hill, for the record, I will say I did get a call Thursday, I think, from the school superintendent, asked that when they were allowed, he would like to, of course, get the teachers, as Mr. Arrington said, moved up in the group that they're in as far as you could, which would help him get schools back open. So I have delivered the request that I got, if you would keep that in mind as well, if indeed we can do that. I'm not sure we can.
And we have worked with training with the school health nurses. As a matter
Right.
of fact, they went out Thursday, Friday in Saturday clinics. And many of those school health nurses have gone through training, and we're going to depend on a lot of those school health nurses to help us get those teachers back.
You just need the shots is what you need. You got the people, you just need the shots, I understand. Okay, if no other, go ahead, Mr. Hill, I'm sorry.
I'm just going to say on that website, I was looking at it this morning, you can download a pre-registration form. So people can go ahead and register and receive it. And at least when they come through to get the shot, they've already got that information done, that 2 or 3 pages.
Right. And there is a phone number at Senior Center that you can call and put your name on a list. You need to listen to the whole message because it tells you they don't have appointments left anymore because they don't have shots. But if you keep listening, it will direct you to leave your name and you would be put on a list and contacted. That hadn't changed since the weekend had today, because I know I listened to it before I put it out to some people that asked me about it. So there is a way to call and get that. Any other comment? If not, I'd entertain a motion at this time to go in closed session. And closed session will be for the economic development and for matters of attorney-client privilege.
Motion to go into closed session, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Belfield. Any questions on that motion? All in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed by a like sign? We'll take a 10-minute recess. We're back in open session, and there was no action items in the closed session. Therefore, I'd entertain a motion at this time to close the January meeting.
I move that we close the January meeting.
I have a motion, is there a second?
Not January, but February meeting. February meeting.
Excuse me, that we close the February 1st meeting. Have a motion by Mr. Belfield, is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Outlaw. Any questions? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by a like sign. Stand adjourned for March. Thank y'all.